Om Jnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurumlitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. I am offering my most respectful obeisances at the lotus feet of all my spiritual masters. So good day to all the distinguished guests, the servitors of our Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math, and our good friends from around the world. Please accept my sincere respects. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th International Conference, Science and Scientists 2021. A big thank you to the organizers for arranging this conference. Your efforts are truly appreciated. It is by the grace of our Divine Masters that we have this opportunity to come together and discuss various scientific topics, and our Guru Varga has embraced and encouraged scientific preaching. Our topic of discussion for this conference is the difference between artificial and natural intelligence. In modern times, scientists are posing questions such as, can computers become conscious? Can robots think and feel like human beings? Such questions are of foundational importance, and it is necessary to address them based on ontological considerations and related epistemology. So we are looking forward to hearing some interesting presentations by our distinguished speakers. I will now hand over to Krishna Keshava Prabhu for the invocation.
Our respectful obeisances to all the distinguished guests, all the devotees of Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Math. Thank you very much, Sripad Krishna Kinkar Prabhu. We'll be just reciting the first verse of Sri Ishopanishad as the invocation for this nice conference. Om Purnam Ada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnam Eva Vasishyate. The personality of Godhead is perfect and complete, and because he is completely perfect, all emanations from him, such as this phenomenal world, are perfectly equipped as a complete whole. Whatever is produced of the complete whole is also complete by itself, and because he is the complete whole, even though so many complete units emanate from him, he remains the complete balance.
Thank you, Krishna Keshava Prabhu. As many of you are aware, today is the Divine Appearance Day of Om Vishnupad, Srila Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj. It is said that the appearance day of the spiritual master is like the rising of the sun. As the morning sun dissipates the darkness, similarly, the divine teachings of the spiritual master removes the darkness of ignorance from the heart of his disciple. I now humbly request Srila Bhakti Niskama Shanta Maharaj to offer his words of clarification.
Dandavad. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Gyananjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jaina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. So I am very fortunate that by the grace of all the intellect and devotional gathering here, we are able to participate in the auspicious event Science and Scientist 2021. Difference between artificial and natural intelligence is the theme, and today is also very auspicious day, the Holy Appearance Day of Om Vishnupad Bhakti Madhava Puri Maharaj, who is the chair of this event and also founder, visionary for this conference. Long back, we have started this website under Maharaj's direction, scienceandscientist.org. So Maharaj always wanted to bring out this point that science wants to study everything, but not the subject. Who is producing all these theories, all these concepts? From where those concepts are coming? They're not coming from inanimate stuff, matter. So this conference is also intended to highlight the similar problem. Scientists can explain science, but can science explain the scientist? So actually every field of study or education, there is some revolution happens when some inspiration comes from some special personalities, and they try to awake the general things that are going on from there to give some new direction. So Srila Puri Maharaj, he is trying to make the scientific community awake from their, what you can say, robotical way of, studying things by thinking that everything is coming from some chance and random combination of atoms and molecules, and there is no purpose, and things are going on by, blind forces. So we have all learned so much from Srila Bhaktivedanta Puri Maharaj about the concept of life, its origin, purpose, all those things. And these questions are generally not being inquired. What is the difference between life and matter? And the purpose aspect is completely left out of the studies that are going on in modern science. And they have many misconceptions. So some spiritual direction and help is needed. And Srila Puri Maharaj has done some miraculous transformation to a very great scientist called George Wald. He was always saying that I don't know how, but somehow life came from matter. He was saying like that. He was having some doubt, no doubt, but he was very much driven by the consensus view of modern science. But Srila Puri Maharaj awakened him from that slumber or that kind of, robotical way of accepting things without even, questioning in a rational way. Maharaj told him, Professor Wald, why are you always saying that life came from matter? Why not you consider the opposite, that matter comes from life? Then he thought about it, and some transformation happened in his thinking, and he wrote back to Maharaj and saying his official name, Dr. Michael Marchetti. He wrote, Dr. Michael Marchetti, what you are saying is correct. It is matter which comes from life, not opposite. And then he acknowledged in publications, Professor Wald. And in India we have two types of matter. One is gross and one is subtle. The mind, intellect, and ego, that is subtle matter in Sankhya philosophy. So, but he was expressing about mind. He's saying that from mind, the gross stuff, what you can say, appears. Mind is more fundamental than the gross, matter. So this is a great transformation, and we have some witness of this transformation, how it is influenced. And second, the atheistic, what you can say, portion of scientific community. We were interviewing a scientist, Professor Pushpamitra Bhargava, who was the founding director of CCME, and he was very much driven by Crick and Watson's all those atheistic views. But when we told about Professor Wald, he says that, oh, Hare Krishna stolen away that scientist. They stolen that scientist. He said like that. So he was very much shocked to know that such a big scientist, he could accept this type of idea. And we asked him also certain questions, like Maharaj always told us that all the scientists using their science together cannot produce a single blade of grass. If you say something that life came from matter, where is the evidence for that? But what we are saying, life comes from life, there's evidence. Always life is, every cell comes from the cell, life comes from life. And also matter, we see that our nails are growing, hair is growing, so life is also producing matter. So like that, we have some discussion, myself and Dr. Bhaktivedanta Muni Maharaj with him, some discussion we had. So we are very fortunate. This event starts with some humble remembrance of actually we have not qualified to present everything the great qualities of great personality, divine personality like Srila Puri Maharaj, but we pray by his blessings we can do some humble contribution through this event. And
Jai Srila Bhakti Samashanta Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Maharaj, for this kind words of clarification. Now I'd like to hand over to Srila Bhaktivedanta Muni Maharaj to offer his words of praise.
My respectful obeisances to Sripad Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj, and also my warm wishes to all the important dignitaries and scholars who are assembled here to discuss this question of difference between artificial and natural intelligence. And because today is also the Vyasa Puja, or the appearance day of Sripad Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj, so I will speak 2-3 minutes on his great contribution. The main contribution is that when about 50-60 years ago, when A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada traveled to America, he found that the common man is sometimes interested, but the more educated class is somehow avoiding the more philosophical and like deeper questions about reality. So in those days, it was difficult to meet scientists or difficult to create dialogue. But that's why A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada organized this team of scientists, devotees, so that the scientists will take it more seriously. This question about the meaning of life and how life originates and how it is irreducible to chemical compositions, etc. So from those days, like so much time has passed, and especially the glorious days of Sripad Maharaj, Dr. T.D. Singh, who did so many important world conferences in those days. And he met many important Nobel scientists, interviewed them, and extracted some of their opinions about the questions like faith and about origin of life, how life can be explained from the principle of biogenesis. Life comes from life. And in the context of modern advances of chemistry, it is still that law of biogenesis is the only law of biology. So like that, a lot of efforts was done and a lot of good success came. And we came in connection with Sripad Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj after the disappearance of Sripad Maharaj in 2006. And from the beginning, we found him to be very erudite and very deeply intelligent. And we from Indian background, we from science background, we didn't have much philosophical depth, but it was Sripad Puri Maharaj who taught us about the philosophy, both from the Indian context, like the Bhagavad philosophy, beginning with that the 4 verses which Narada Muni taught to Vyas, and from there also he taught us about Western philosophies like Aristotle, Socrates, Hegel, etc. So because he was like explaining those topics in so many ways, especially his articles and his directions about which books to read and which, and then how to present these topics to the scientists, scholars, then we started going to different colleges and universities, and we presented some of these ideas that we had learned from his assistants. So Sripad Puri Maharaj is deeply committed to presenting this idea that life comes from life and matter comes from life, and also the concept of organic whole can be the foundations of the foundations for approaching the concepts of reality. So of course, all over the world, there is a lot of interest in these topics, and the Sri Chaitanya Saraswati Institute and Bhaktivedanta Institute, which he heads in Princeton, is committed to create a dialogue. And for that purpose, we are inviting all the scientists of the world to contribute from their own experiences, whatever they have learned in their own different fields, but express that idea in terms of the higher conceptions, like which has been expounded in terms of organic holism, and how we cannot explain the ideas like consciousness, intelligence from a reductionistic or a material reductionistic paradigm. So all these things will be welcome. That it is said that in human form of life, as Puri Maharaj explained, that when we meet with some teacher, a spiritual teacher, then our inquiry into spiritual nature begins. So that is the first verse of Brahma Samhita also, Athato Brahma Jigyasa, that now that you have met a qualified teacher, then you must begin your inquiry. So if the scientists of the world will get some kind of association with saintly personalities who can present these topics in a language which they can understand, so then the purpose of establishing and doing so many conferences and will be a success. So Sripad Puri Maharaj is always inviting us and encouraging us in this way. And in this way, he is following the instructions of his spiritual master, that is A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada and also Srila Bhakti Siddhadev Goswami Maharaj, who encouraged him in this type of work, and also the gurus in the Guru Parampara. He is always, committed to them and very respectful in his approach towards everyone. And so I wish my heartfelt offerings at his feet on this day, so that he may continue to give his blessings and good wishes and instructions. Pancha Jai Shri Guru Gauranga Ki Jai.
Shri Bhaktivedanta Muni Maharaj Ki Jai. Thank you, Shri Muni Maharaj, for those sublime words of honor. So we have a few minutes before we go to the inaugural address. Would any of our distinguished guests like to offer their words of honor?
We can ask Professor Bhatt if he likes to speak something about Puri Maharaj.
Yeah.
Something.
At the outset, I offer my respectful pranams, Dandavat, to His Holiness Sripad Puri Maharaj, particularly on this auspicious day of his holy appearance on this earth. He has been a pioneer in spreading this message. In fact, I would say it is of an Indian culture that consciousness is the ultimate reality. Consciousness can be named as Brahman, and Sarvam Khalu Idam Brahma. Everything is a consciousness and manifestation of consciousness. This is the Indian spirituality, which says that from one ultimate reality, all multiplicity arises. And therefore, it is that supreme consciousness which is to be recognized as the ultimate reality. An implication of this is that it is not the matter which is the ultimate reality. Matter is an epiphenomenon of a consciousness. And the Sat is Chitta. The reality is consciousness, and this consciousness gets manifested in Ananda. So Satchidananda is the nature of reality, and therefore everyone in this empirical world seeks happiness, seeks bliss. So bliss is in fact the summum bonum of our existence, and this bliss will come into only if we pay due attention to diverse manifestations of consciousness, including matter. Matter also is a manifestation of consciousness. Matter is usable, matter is serviceable, and we must make best use of matter. And therefore, the Indian culture insists that we should have a symbiosis of both material prosperity and spiritual enhancement, both prayasa and shreyasa. So, His Holiness Sri Puri Maharaj Ji has been advocating this idea in a very clear, concise, and effective manner, and therefore we are very much grateful to him. He has, in fact, awakened our darkened soul by his enlightening message, and his message will always be there with us to illuminate our mind. So we are grateful to him for this, and we pray God the Almighty to give him a pretty long life in the service of humanity for enlightening our mind. Thank you very much. So I pay my respect again to His Holiness Sri Puri Maharaj Ji.
Thank you very much, Professor Bhatt, for those very profound and heartfelt words. Much appreciated. So now I would like to hand over to Srila Bhaktivedanta Puri Maharaj for the inaugural address.
Thank you very much, Professor Bhatt, and my humble Dhanavad to Srila Bhakti Tiskamshranta Maharaj and Sripad Muni, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Muni Maharaj, to our friend Brian Ford and Krishna Kesava, Haryananda, Kanapriya, all the devotees that are here and all professors. Our annual conference has been the result of the work of our Srila Shanta Maharaj, and with the help of Muni Maharaj, they have been able to put into reality or manifest in reality what our humble idea was of showing that I guess you can say that science comes from scientists. Matter comes from life, and science comes from the scientists. Sometimes we forget that. It seems science seems to be something self-subsistent as a matter of what nature manifests to us. But it's really what the scientists extract, how they understand nature. That is what we call science. Nature has her own secrets and she reveals herself to us. But the way science has proceeded is to kind of impose a particular straitjacket over nature, which it constrains nature to conform to. That is not the way of proper science, of course. Sometimes it works, but most of the times it doesn't work, actually. For instance, in this matter of life, the origin of life, the scientists want to say that nature or matter produces life. But this is not what nature tells us. Nature all around us tells us that life comes from life. It may appear to the scientific perspective that life is a result of a combination of material elements. But there is no actual evidence that has ever been developed to show that that is the case. We haven't been able to make a mosquito, or as I always say, a blade of grass with the chemicals that are available to us. So why to force upon nature something that is not there? So real science has to take account of what we observe in nature. And we observe not only matter, but the most interesting part of nature is the life, the biological life, or the other forms of life. Besides biological life, there is also the cultural life of human beings. That is a distinct feature of human life. To have culture, to have literature, to have philosophy, religion, etc. Now, these things are also there. We call that part of our reality. But where is the room for that in atomic studies? So anyhow, an objective and open-minded consideration of what is there, what is in our reality. Beyond nature, what we might call merely nature, I think cultures are kind of like a second nature or a spiritual nature that is not found there in the original, in the nature we generally refer to as the world. So room has to be made in our thinking for these things too. And it should not all be reduced, this word reductionism. It should not all be reduced to atomic and molecular actions and reactions. We have to consider things in a broader perspective, more philosophical as well as empirical way. Philosophical means in a thoughtful, rational way. Thought and reason are also part of science, but they are hardly ever investigated. And so it's important to understand this. And I think the topic of artificial intelligence versus natural intelligence may help, if we think about them, to shed light on some of these things that we mean by intelligence that is absolutely necessary to create what we call science. That is also a very important part of human life. Practically, it is the thing that distinguishes us from all other forms of intelligence and all other forms of life. Is human intelligence. It has a very special significance that we don't find in any of the other life forms on this planet or in this universe. Anyhow, I just want to express my humble gratitude and my humble obeisances to those who have brought me to the point in life where I am. First of all, my original spiritual master, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and then my Shiksha Guru, Srila and Sannyas Guru, Srila Bhakti Rakshakshara Goswami Maharaj, and the affectionate guidance and encouragement of our Bhakti Sundar Govinda Dev Goswami Maharaj, and the enthusiasm of our Srila Bhakti Nirmala Acharya Maharaj, who always inspired us with his intense serving spirit. And to Srila Bhakti Niskam Shanta Maharaj, who was the current Acharya of the Chaitanya Saraswati Math in India. And Srila Bhakti Vigyan Muni Maharaj, who was always there helping us in the background, but always a very important contribution, making a very important contribution to all of our activities. And to all the dear devotees who are here, and to all the scientists who have helped or have participated in making this conference significant. All of you are very important and part of our efforts. And one of the things that science has kind of misdirected us in is trying to focus too much on the individual things, on the individual persons, or on individual particles, called the atomic idea, economic conception of life. We're a part of a whole. We're a part of a community. We're part of the environment. Have an independent status in any of those instances. And to neglect that wholeness or wholesomeness is a very significant mistake that we're making if we think in that way. Somehow, an integral relationship exists between each individual and the whole or the community of which he is a part, the environment of which he is a part, or he or she is a part. And to be able to have that consciousness, that within our consciousness, that wholeness within our consciousness, as a not only an extra part, but as the main part of our thinking. And that is a very important conception to hold. We are part. And Veda has always emphasized this point, that the central point is that the whole is there, and the whole is not impersonal either. It has to do with our personality. Has the most significant contribution to our own individual personality. And that by neglecting that wholeness, that whole personality, complete whole personality, as Krishna Kesava mentioned in his invocation, that complete whole personality of which we are also an emanation, a whole also within ourselves. But the whole that we come from is greater than the whole that we are in our own self. And that is infinite, and we are a finite whole. I think Cantor would explain this in his mathematics of the infinite, how infinites can come from infinites, and one will be greater than the other. So these are a very important way to develop our thinking about what's going on in our life today in a very scientific and systematic way. Anyhow, I don't want to go too far into this, but my gratitude and obeisances to all our forefathers, our predecessors, and all the current participants. My humble dandavats to you all, my humble obeisances.
Thank you, Srila Puri Maharaj, for those very profound words and kind and gracious message. It's always an honor listening to you. So now I will hand over to Krishna Keshav Prabhu, who will start the first session.
So now we will be officially starting the first session of Science and Scientist 2021, the difference between artificial and natural intelligence. In this session, we have two speakers. First, we'll have Sripad Bhaktimadhava Puri Maharaj, and then we'll have Professor Brian Ford. So for those who are just joining us, I'll give a brief background of our first speaker, Sripad Bhaktimadhava Puri Maharaj. He is the serving director of the Princeton Bhaktivedanta Institute of Spiritual Culture and Science. Dr. Bhaktimadhava Puri earned his undergraduate degree at Rutgers University and completed a master's and PhD in theoretical chemistry from Georgetown University in 1970. After completing postdoc work at the National Bureau of Standards in Washington, D.C., Dr. Puri moved on to a rigorous study and practice of the Bhagavat Vedantic philosophy and Bhakti Yoga. He is one of the 5 founding charter members of the original Bhaktivedanta Institute in 1976 and became the regional director of the office in Juhu, Mumbai, India. In 2012, he founded the institute here in Princeton, New Jersey, and we are very blessed to have his association in our life, and we look forward to hearing what he is going to share with us all.
So first of all, I'd like to dedicate this talk to Srila Bhakti Sri Damodar Maharaj, who was the original founder of the Bhaktivedanta Institute in ISKCON under the direction of Srila Prabhupada, and who I worked with for many years, served with for many years, and has always been a very affectionate and kind and intelligent devotee from whose association I have gained so much in my own spiritual life. So first, we need to explain what we mean by intelligence. If we want to discuss artificial intelligence and natural intelligence, let's try to understand first what we mean by intelligence, and then by artificial and natural, it might become clear what we're talking about here. So the word intelligence comes from the Latin, and the meaning of intelligence, in Latin intelligere, is to understand. This is a very interesting meaning, to understand, because that would lead to the question of what does it mean to think of artificial understanding? Artificial understanding, nobody ever talks about that. They talk about artificial intelligence, but if intelligence means understanding, then what does artificial understanding mean? So considering the word intelligence in terms of the conjunction of two other words, inter meaning between, and legere to choose or discriminate, may help us to recognize the significance of intelligence as understanding. It implies a judgment or discernment, discrimination, decision, or determination is being made. Now, a very important function of computers is to make decisions mechanically or mathematically by comparing two numerical data entries as greater than, less than, or equal to each other. In this sense, then, computers can be considered mechanical decision makers. Does this then qualify a machine as being intelligent? When the eye, as a sensor, senses the environment, an image is produced on the retina, and the intelligence discerns if an object in the image is bigger or smaller than another object. Comparisons, like bigger or smaller, are not done by the eye or retina, but by the intelligence. The retina, we know, is connected by an optic nerve to the brain. And somehow we consider the brain to be the seat of intelligence or the mind in a modern sense. But anyhow, without going into that problem, and what is the correct point of view on that, we understand that that the brain has something to do, or the mind has something to do with proper interpretation of the sense perceptions. So the sense data have to be processed through a program that performs the comparisons. The comparisons are not made with the sensors. The sensors do not make the comparison. They merely retrieve the data. But it's the intelligence that has to process that data and make decisions or judgments as to which is bigger, which is smaller, which is taller, which is shorter. Human intelligence, however, does not only make quantitative comparisons or judgments. More subtle, less clearly defined qualitative, ethical, emotional, and other types of decisions are also made. In this sense, computers may qualify for certain mechanical decision-making ability, but fall far short of the wider tasks of which human intelligence is capable. Artificial intelligence has never been referred to as artificial understanding. We don't consider machines capable of understanding what they are doing. They are capable of processing information, but we recognize that they do not understand what they are doing at a purely mechanical level. Defining intelligence of the ability to achieve goals in a wide range of environments, which has been mathematically formalized, may only apply when dealing with physical mechanical space. The subjective space in which human intelligence can function is not covered by such definitions. So these definitions that are used also in automated or autonomous cars, achieving goals within a wide range of environments, which has been mathematically formalized. Applies not only in autonomous cars, but in robots and so forth, that people are trying to develop. Yet those types of systems deal only with the physical or mechanical space and time. The subjective arena is not covered by such calculations or such considerations. Basically, existing artificial intelligence machines lag far behind humans in terms of what they call general intelligence, which is sometimes has the capacity to learn how to carry out a huge range of tasks. They may be good at performing certain specific tasks, but beyond that, they are not capable yet. An important and fundamental distinction exists between the massive size of computational machinery compared to the size of the human brain, which would indicate a major difference in their functional operations from a purely material viewpoint. Materialist philosophy considers the physical brain and physical intelligence to be the same substance. Physical brain and psychical intelligence to be the same substance. But traditional philosophy has historically favored the distinction of subjective and objective reality. Whether it is a duality of non-interacting substances or a unity of interacting varieties of being has been a topic of concern in modern times. The more advanced thought on this topic tends toward a dialectical relation of unity and difference. This perspective would certainly disrupt the attempt to explain subjective intelligence in terms of computational decision-making. Sometimes this difference is described as a difference between programming and the physical computer itself. Programs are written by intelligent subjects or objective machines. It is said that Gödel had as his objective to show the syntactic mathematics and therefore mechanical computers could not handle semantic logic and were therefore incompatible with meaningful human intelligence. For example, the meaning of the self-referential phrase, "This statement is false." It is false if it is true, and true if it is false, leading to its being undecidable. If we extend the problem of size and comparing computer to brain beyond the human, the difference becomes even more glaring. Aeronautic and navigational miniaturization in the military technologies is unable to imitate nature, for example, in the instance of the fruit fly or Drosophila, despite despite its very small brain size, maneuvers with precision and agility beyond any manufactured mechanical system at much larger scales. It also possesses sensory ability and carries its own energy source, making it viable for weeks. No mechanical system has been able to duplicate this at such minute scales. Plants should also be classified as intelligent based on their ability to sense and model external and internal environments and adjust their morphology, physiology, and phenotype accordingly to ensure self-preservation and reproduction. But they do not possess the neural network-based system or brains of animals. This means that computers based on neural network systems are not able to duplicate or explain natural intelligence in most of nature. Another important feature of plant intelligence is that the major system of a forest, for instance, is below ground in what is called the rhizome. There is a unity in plant life that is more important than the surface life of individual trees, and that makes the individuals viable, without which the individuals would perish. This unity and differentiation is an essential feature in all of life, including human, that is nonetheless most often ignored in scientific studies that take the atomic perspective analysis as the foundation of the scientific method. Computer programs are written with this fundamental atomic idea in mind. A more holistic approach is warranted, but computers are not well suited to such computations, as they are built upon an architecture of conjoined individual parts that are not holistically designed. Autonomous cars would be an example of artificial intelligence practical use, but such cars still have many problems, although promised years ago. The responsibility for any accidents in such cars are not held to be the fault of the computers or the programmers, but the intelligent drivers. computers are not considered responsible agents. The fact that decision-making can be computerized does not mean that legal judgments or determinations can be made on the basis of artificial
On the basis of
artificial intelligent computers. No one would consider going to an artificial computer, a computer with artificial intelligence to make a legal judgment. Why? These limitations are important factors to consider in discussing the hype that now surrounds artificial intelligence and the way we think about it. A deeper understanding of what we mean by human intelligence is necessary, especially noted in the area of the scriptural study of the Vedas in particular. The human form of life is considered unique in awakening to one's spiritual nature. This is a philosophical issue requiring thoughtful inquiry and a religious matter involving meditation. Neither of these activities can be performed by computers. They are hardly performed by the average human intelligence, what to speak of computers, although it is their most unique and important ability as a human being. Anyhow, these are some of the thoughts that came to me on this subject, how we can distinguish and the importance of distinguishing this question of intelligence. I think it's a very important and central question. As I mentioned here, it is a pivot that allows the human being to make a distinction, a most essential distinction between himself as spirit and as a material or a natural body. I won't go over time. This time, Professor Ford. Last time I went too far over time. This time I'm trying to respect the time limitation, so you can speak without difficulty. And thank you very much for listening. My humble gratitude to all of you people.
Thank you very much to our conference chair, Sripad Bhaktimadhava Puri Maharaj. Next, we will hear from Professor Brian Ford. I believe we'll be playing a recording of Professor Brian Ford's talk. And then afterwards, we'll have a Q&A for the entire session. So that means the questions and answers will be for both Sripad Bhaktimadhava Puri Maharaj's talk and for Professor Brian Ford's talk. I would just like to read some brief information about Professor Brian Ford. He is a fellow of Cardiff University and President Emeritus of Cambridge Society for the Application of Research at Cambridge University in the United Kingdom. Dr. Brian Ford has been a participant of the Science and Scientist conferences since 2019, I believe was the first time, and also he has been an active, in the past, an active member on the Sadhu Sangha Google group, which was always having nice public discussions among the scholars, scientists, devotees, and many other people, which related to this conference theme, the overarching conference theme of Science and Scientists. So it's always a pleasure and an honor to have your association, Professor Ford, and we look forward to hearing from you.
As the time arrives for my presentation, I'm afraid I've been diagnosed with COVID-19. So if my presentation lacks a certain dynamism or precision, I very much hope you will allow me to apologise. Even so, I'm sure I can show that the ridiculous notion of artificial intelligence is nothing more than a myth. The greatest threat to humanity is artificial intelligence. It is going to take over our jobs, take over our lives, and render us all obsolescent. At least that is what its practitioners would have you believe. Today I'm going to start by looking at the history of this subject and come to the present day to conclude that they're wrong. It hasn't happened, it couldn't happen, it won't happen. The ridiculous claims for AI actually refer to something far more basic and much easier to understand. What we experience as intelligence is nowhere involved. Today, I will show how our ideas of human and artificial intelligence are based on ignorance amongst its practitioners and are misplaced. The world is being compromised by a dream no more real than the monsters we feared as children and the ghosts and spirits that our antecedents once worshipped. We are, ladies and gentlemen, being conned. So let me take you back to the beginning to discover where science went wrong. Ever since the birth of fanciful ideas on artificial life in Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, published in 1833, there have been science fiction novels that extend the reader's imagination into improbable realms. And they are everywhere, of course, in the modern era. But the first person to study the subject in its contemporary academic context was Alan Turing, and this is the standard picture of him that is usually published. I have now discovered that there are others. Here is Turing at school, aged 18. This rare picture was originally in the archives of Sherborne School in the west of England, where he was a pupil. But in 1984 it was stolen by an American scholar and taken to Colorado. She actually changed her name to Julia Turing and acted as if they were related. This photo recently came to light once more in Colorado, and a court action has now decided it must be returned to Sherborne. Though first it must be sanctioned by the Department for Internal Affairs, and afterwards it may have to pass through the Department of State. It's a curious story to mark the birth of AI. And how good was Turing at Sherborne School? Not very successful as a pupil, it would appear. His essays were said to be grandiose beyond his abilities, and his English marks were unimpressive. Turing's French prose was very weak, though as you can see, his poor showing in chemistry was beginning to improve. This school report was exhibited by the Fitzwilliam Museum in Cambridge, and it shows that his mathematical promise was betrayed because he wasn't always intelligible or even legible. Alan Turing is commemorated as the pioneer who first cracked the Nazis' Enigma code, but none of that is true. The Enigma Machine was invented when Turing was just a tiny baby. It was on mail order and sold widely around the world. Tens of thousands of them were made. They were later picked up by the German military, but they were not decoded first by Turing. The original decoding was done by Polish cryptographers, of whom nowadays we hear nothing. The truth of the fact is that the story we're told is very different from what actually happened. Enigma was a rotor-based encryption machine, and this idea was originally the brainchild of two Netherlands engineers in the Dutch Ministry of War back in 1915. The principle of rotary encryption was first developed by these two ingenious naval officers. One was Theo van Hengel, and the other was his friend RPC Sprengler. They envisaged an encryption device in which interchangeable rotors could be used to alter the encryption at will, making it virtually impossible for an interceptor to decode. They never built their device, and the idea was eventually patented in 1919 by someone said to be a colleague of theirs, Hugo Alexander Koch. That he never built the machine either. Meanwhile, in America, while Van Hengel and Sprengler were working on their approach to the problem, an Illinois inventor named Edward Hayburn patented his own design in 1918. And here is his device. It was the first successful rotary encryption machine and a significant step in our story. It was so very ingenious, but Hayburn couldn't interest anyone in his ideas. He set up a company with over 1,000 employees, but it was never a success. And by 1926 he filed for bankruptcy. But the spectacular building he constructed stands to this day. It's in Oakland, California, and it is the first building in history devoted to the making of these supremely efficient encryption machines. In many ways, this is the founding factory of the era of AI. The person who made rotary encryption machines a success was this German inventor, Artaxerxes. He developed the idea and patented the device that has its well-known place in the history of encryption. His idea was the Enigma Machine. It was packed into a wooden box, and so could easily be transported. A set of rotors substituted encoded characters for what was typed, and the rotors could easily be switched around. In this way, the inventor was confident that the code could never be cracked. We're always taught that the Enigma Machine was the proud development of the Nazis, but it was in existence long before that. The machine was marketed internationally as the answer to industrial espionage. Its powerful encryption meant that commercial secrets could be kept safe from prying eyes. Throughout the 20s, it was widely purchased internationally and generally available. In contrast to Heburn's failure to attract interest, it made its inventor a lot of money, and records suggest that after it went on sale in 1923, over 37,000 Enigma machines were sold. Some 25 different versions were produced, of which about 280 are known to exist today. The Army of Hungary bought them, and so did the Swiss and the Netherlands armed forces. Then the Germany military began to use them too, and as the Nazis' expansionist policies began to emerge, their worried neighbours, the Poles, set out to find ways of cracking their codes. The brilliant Maximilian Czerski at the Polish Cipher Bureau made the breakthrough by realising that these codes could not be broken by the traditional linguistic approach, which was the way the British codebreakers always worked. It could only be solved by mathematics and machines. The era of the computer was about to be born. Henryk Zygalski at the Cipher Bureau in Warsaw devised a system of perforated sheets to help crack the Enigma codes. His colleague, Marian Rejewski, set out to design the first electromechanical device which could mimic the encryption of an Enigma machine and work out the code. Jerzy Ujecki worked with Rejewski on constructing a pioneering device based on the limited documents they found smuggled out of Germany by French intelligence. Their machine meant that the German secret messages were being understood all the time. The German forces were convinced nobody could break their code, but the Poles were already finding a way. As the Germans began to plan for the invasion of Poland that would herald the start of World War II, the Polish engineers were using their device to read all those secret messages, and they soon realised that their work would surely be discovered, so they decided to hand everything over at a meeting with French and British intelligence officials. Nobody knows what their bomber really looked like. Everything the Poles had, they destroyed before the Germans could uncover what had been achieved. But this is an artist's impression, based on contemporaneous accounts. Nobody really knows why it was ever called the bomber. It was said to have been named after the research group's favourite treat that they used to enjoy after work. And here it is. This is an ice cream bomber. Nobody knows for sure, though it would have been the perfect name in one sense. Nobody overhearing a conversation could ever have guessed what the word meant. As the Germans planned to occupy Poland, and their intentions were decoded by the Poles, the cryptographers used this route to escape from Warsaw. Many of them moved to the south of France, while a small group came to England. And so it is that the Polish codebreakers came to bring their top secret research to Bletchley Park, here in the heart of England. Though the Polish workers' research is always downplayed. Come with me to Bletchley Park, and let's see how the British experts are lauded over their brave and ingenious Polish pioneers who originally came up with the bomber. The captions play down the Polish initiative, which had already found out how to crack the code, while elevating the role of the British. The bomb, which the Poles invented, and it was then later improved here by Turing. That's history, but not according to the caption. This says how Turing and Welshman designed the bomb to speed up code breaking. Before the war, the Poles had produced an earlier version, but theirs is much more sophisticated. Designed by Turing and Collins at Bletchley Park. Amazing. Probably named by the Poles who invented the precursor to the bomb we see here. This doesn't mean that we should underestimate the coruscating brilliance of Turing and his team at Bletchley Park. The machines they designed and built were remarkably efficient and more elaborate than those built by the pioneering Poles. Working replicas of the British bomber have been built and are demonstrated to this day at Bletchley Park. The complexity of the decoding machines had to keep pace with the Germans, who were developing improved versions of Enigma, each one more complex than the last. However, for all the brilliance of the Bletchley team, the fact remains that it was the Polish cryptologists who first worked out how to do it, although our laundered view of history has virtually removed their names from the accepted account. The Poles were not alone in having a fascination for electrical devices that could help decode complex problems. Already, a computer was being constructed, but that wasn't in Britain, it wasn't in America, it wasn't in Poland. No, the world's first computer was being already assembled in Germany. This was done by an aircraft technician and amateur enthusiast in Berlin, Konrad Zuse. His computer used punched paper tape as input. I was still using that in the 1960s, and it had Boolean logic in his programs. He also invented plan calculus, the world's first computer programming language. His Z1 computer had a clock speed of 1 Hertz, but it boasted a simple control unit and memory. Zuse tried to interest the military and commercial companies, but nobody showed any interest. I discussed much of this in a recent book. His prototypes and drawings were all destroyed by the Allied bombing in 1943. But at the same time in Britain and America, people had been building robots. Harry May in London had demonstrated an autonomous robot named Alpha. Then the American Westinghouse Corporation demonstrated their robot they named Electro in 1939.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, with a great deal of pride and pleasure, I present to you Electro, the Westinghouse Moto Man. Stop. You see, all I need to do is to speak into this phone, and Electro does exactly what I tell him to do. You may now smoke this cigarette. Oh, yes, Electro, you do need a light, too, don't you? All right, here you are. And, folks, he's only 2 years old, too. Just learning.
So the idea of artificial intelligence was already current in the 1930s. And yet it didn't stem biological progression from what went before. No, it was due to hubris, to exaggeration. It was underpinned by an overwhelming desire by those involved in the research to overstate their work, to exaggerate their findings, and to claim an unrealistic future that could serve only to make their own work seem more exciting and more propitious than any research that was going on anywhere else. They were after global fame and status, and that's why they overstated everything that they hoped to achieve. In my 2 books on the subject, Nonsense, that came out in 1971, and Nonsense Returns, which was issued 50 years later, I have described these people as experts, individuals who use overconfident expressions and hyperbole to promote a wishful utopia that reality cannot ever match. 5 years after the Second World War, Turing published a widely quoted paper asking whether machines could create intelligence. It was an attempt to dignify his remarkable success by extrapolation to an absurd degree. At the same time in Bristol, England, another experimenter was creating robots that he claimed were as intelligent as a 2-celled living organism.
In a simple villa on the outskirts of Bristol lives Dr. Gray Walter, a neurologist, who makes robots as a hobby. They are small, and he doesn't dress them up to look like men. He calls them tortoises. This model is named Elsie, and she sees out of a photoelectric cell which rotates above her body. When light strikes the cell, driving and steering mechanism sends her hurrying towards it. But if she brushes against any object in her path, contacts are operated that turn the steering away. Dr. Walter says that his electronic toys work exactly as though they have a simple two-cell nervous system.
To equate an electrically powered toy with the majesty and choreographed complexity of a living cell is a ridiculous exaggeration. Yet there are billions of dollars worth of research all around the world which claims to have achieved just that. It is all a blatant untruth. The idea that our machinery could emulate human intelligence was being widely promoted. And by 1956 there was the first gathering of artificial intelligence enthusiasts held at Dartmouth College in New Hampshire, an Ivy League university that predates the American Revolution. Here is an interesting group of some who were there, photographed in 2006. Trenchard Moore, on the left, was a distinguished computer scientist from Boston, Massachusetts, who worked on AI in its earliest years at MIT, in Canada and in Denmark. John McCarthy, next to Moore, is the man who thought up the term artificial intelligence in 1956. He worked at Stanford University as a cognitive scientist and helped develop programming languages, including ALGOL, which I remember using in the 60s. Marvin Minsky was based at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, where he co-founded their AI laboratory. In 1967 he wrote, "Within a generation the problem of creating artificial intelligence will be substantially solved." Oliver Selfridge was a leading English computer scientist whose grandfather founded the famous Selfridge's store in London. He wrote several papers in the late 1950s, which are regarded as founding documents in the study of AI. And finally, the spectacularly bearded Ray Solomonoff studied under Enrico Fermi at the University of Chicago and first became obsessed with automated problem solving in his teens. He circulated a paper on non-semantic machine learning in 1956 and later worked with McCarthy and Minsky on AI. These five were photographed in 2006 to celebrate the conference where it had all begun. 1956 is when the term artificial intelligence formally emerged as a scientific discipline. It is also where they all went wrong from the start. This commemorative plaque immortalizes the greatest single conceptual conundrum that has confused the computer community ever since. Their mission statement, if you will, launched the biggest lie of all, namely that computers can emulate human intelligence. They cannot, and they never will. The error lies in claiming to proceed on the basis of the conjecture that every aspect of learning or any other feature of intelligence can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate it. That is simply wrong. And the error lies in the phrase learning or any other feature of intelligence. Learning is not a feature of intelligence. It never has been. You may see somebody on a quiz program on TV who gets all the answers right. And people say, my, mustn't they be intelligent? But no, it isn't intelligence. The person has a perfect memory, an eidetic memory for names and facts and figures and images. But that is not the same as intelligence. Computers can learn as much as you want, but intelligence is something they cannot display. Let's look at these definitions of intelligence over the years. In 1905, the ability to learn or understand or deal with new or trying situations, to resolve genuine problems, to think rationally. Let's pick out the important words. To deal with new situations, to resolve genuine problems, to deal with the environment, problem-solving skills, to deal with new situations, adaptability to new problems. And therein lies the problem. Intelligence resides in finding answers to unforeseen problems. That's not the same as memory. It's not the same as factual recall. It isn't the same as ingenuity. And yet even single cells can exceed our abilities when it comes to manipulative skill and ingenious behaviour. Here is a display of table lamps on a market stall. They're attractive and unusual. They are made by cementing tiny fragments of translucent material together with meticulous care to create a flask shape. Here is one, about 250 millimetres long, all meticulously fitted together with diligence and skill. It's not a perfect example. As you can see, there is at least one tiny segment missing, but clearly someone needed a great deal of human ingenuity to construct something so delicate. So here is a comparable example of something remarkably similar. This one has no flaws, and it is considerably more complicated. It was painstakingly assembled, not by an ingenious crafter in a factory, but this is a shell home, constructed by a single-celled amoeba no bigger than a pinprick. The organism is called Nabila colaris, and here is another example. Making these homes for themselves is an astonishing achievement for a single-celled organism. Those artificial intelligence people have often tried to create a living type of robot that can emulate what those cells can do. But believe me, they haven't even come close. There is nothing digital or electronic or human-produced in the so-called living robots that have been reported. The research has been done at the University of Vermont with Tufts University and the Institute for Biologically Inspired Engineering at Harvard. And they take a petri dish of toad blastulas, the first stage of the developing embryo, and break them apart using forceps in some of the crudest, most amateurish micro-manipulation that I have ever seen. When filmed in time-lapse, with a pretty low-grade system, it must be said, the battered but indefatigable cell groups continue to move. The boastful experimenters say they have created living xenobots that can actually reproduce. In fact, it's these embryos that are teaching the scientists a lesson. They simply prove that no matter how much they're torn apart and battered about, they can still adapt to it and carry on living their complex lives. To pretend that the scientists have somehow created living robots is utterly bizarre. Experts have been making these absurd claims for decades. Here is an article I wrote on the topic in 1967. I quote a headline from the Sunday Times of London with research teams claiming that they had just created man-made life. That's more than 50 years ago. Solid-state digital systems are what we now use to control so many aspects of our busy lives, and they are controlled by algorithms. But humans don't think like that. Our way of approaching life is heuristic. Algorithms are sequential. The kind of algorithms that control aircraft, social media, ships, and financial decision-making lay down a strict sequence of rules that are painstakingly compiled by computer technicians or mathematicians. Note, not necessarily by pilots, sociologists, captains or bankers, but by youngsters who may lack any experience or understanding of the outside world. Little wonder that planes inexplicably crash, that social media sites unwittingly promote aggression or confrontation, that ships mysteriously collide, or that banking systems totally collapse. It's not the fault of the computers. It's the fault of the people who wrote the algorithms, the kids who are in charge. Nobody ever questions whom they might be. One of the more familiar applications of what they call AI is robotics. This is a site with which everyone is familiar. The cybernetic software can be configured to learn and memorize precise positions and meticulous movements in sequences of predetermined actions. Here we are speculating whether robots will take over our jobs in a world where that very process has already come true. The fear of humans being supplanted by intelligent robotic machines is the theme of this year's Reith Lectures by Professor Stuart Russell for the BBC. Pretending that this is a current crisis and a novel notion is nonsense. It's preoccupied people for over 3 centuries. For thousands of years, diligent artisans have been creating fabulous fabrics and intricate lacework, moving threads by eye and hand, setting them carefully in juxtaposition to provide us with artistic perfection. This isn't new. People were weaving complex patterns into carpets in the Iron Age, and probably far earlier. This all changed in the late 1700s when mechanical weaving emerged. An ingenious French businessman, Joseph-Marie Jacquard, invented an automatic loom which could carry complex patterns fed into it through a system of punched cards. It won him a bronze medal at the Exposition des Produits de l'Industrie Française, held in 1801 in Paris. His looms could produce vast lengths of intricately patterned fabric without the need for individual labour at all. The first person recorded as an objector to this loss of livelihood was Ned Ludd, who was said to have destroyed an early mechanical loom in 1779. He was a fictitious character, though the protests were real enough. If you go to see a present-day loom at work, you will observe how little has changed. Yes, the patterns are now controlled by computer code rather than punched cards, but the principle is unaltered. We all expect to have washing machines to clean our clothes. Many have dishwashers to manage the crockery and cutlery. Pretending that there might be modern methods of doing away with personal effort is nothing new. Watching a Jacquard loom at work reminds us that it is the ingenuity of innovators that saves us much of the manual labour that once we had to employ. Now we face the threat of artificial intelligence controlling weaponry. A familiar sight is the drone, controlled by a technician thousands of miles away in the comfort of his office. But the drone is nothing new. It was the Germans who started drone warfare in World War II. Their V-1 fell onto its target when its sensors detected that it had flown a prescribed distance. Today's drones look remarkably similar, though they now have computerized control systems to enable them to home in precisely on their target. Commentators look toward an era of computer-controlled robotic weapons, but that era has been with us for years. The claim is they can identify specific individuals or a person of a specified age and kill them at will. None of this is remotely intelligent. It's just the application of digital automation, which militarists expect to harness in the modern world. It certainly isn't new. It's long been thought that King Herod ordered the slaughter of children over 2,000 years ago. He said that they should be male and aged 2 or under, a possibly mythical event portrayed here by Piero in the 15th century. So selecting your victim by age or gender is nothing new. It's just that now we can automate the process. This automation has nothing to do with intelligence. Whenever people talk to me about supercomputers, they say, yes, but they can do things no human can ever achieve. Well, so can a stapler. Here is a robotic head constructed by the Engineered Arts Company. It tilts like a person. Its eyes move like a person's eyes. Its face has expressions that seem to change with mood. It's a realistic robot. Yet none of this has anything to do with artificial intelligence. It's a doll. It's a wonderfully ingenious demonstration, and personally I cannot wait to see how this technology is going to develop in future. But intelligence has nothing to do with it. We are not creating a synthetic human. Yet the absurdity of the Saudi authorities granting citizenship to a robot made by Hanson Robotics, which they named Sophia, and which I described last year, demonstrates how gullible people have become. Sophia is just a doll, larger and more sophisticated than those we give to our children, but a doll nonetheless. Granting this digital machine citizenship had a certain irony to it. The robot Sophia enjoyed rather more privileges and social freedom in Saudi Arabia than the female citizens of that country. And yet still people are unnerved by the sight and are convinced that in some strange way humans are about to become replaced by machines. They aren't. Let's look back at a somewhat dated article I published on the very topic of computers, when I mentioned the claim that they can do something no human can do. I said, certainly one cannot deny the fact that computers can do very much more than a man, but so can a pencil, or a screwdriver, as can an aeroplane, pin, or easy chair. That article was published in 1968, more than half a century ago. We have passed through eras when humans invented the plough, harnessed animals, put water to work for us, moved on to create the Industrial Revolution in Britain with the invention of steam power, then the internal combustion engine, the introduction of electricity. There has been a steady progress towards mechanization and automation as long as society has existed. And now we have digital automation. It's nothing to do with artificial intelligence. It is simply automation, something that's been familiar to us for decades, in many ways for centuries. It is automation, digitized automation that depends on machine learning. But that is not intelligence. If you want to see ingenious, dynamic, intelligent single cells, then look down a microscope and watch microbes at work. Observe them, exploring their environment, peering through ruby eye spots at the outside world, pausing to digest what they've experienced, then deciding where to go next and what to do, absorbing energy from sunlight and metabolizing what they need to live in systems of incalculable complexity. The youngsters who write algorithms, like you, were never shown any of this at school. As these microscopic organisms live their intricate little lives, fueling themselves without external mediation, hunting for food, we can begin to understand what intelligence is and where it truly resides. Those young programmers think they are mastering artificial intelligence since they have never, ever been presented with sights like these. Throughout my studies of the intelligent behavior of living cells, I have repeatedly demonstrated their astonishing capacity for decision-making and the subtlety of their capacity for ingenuity. It abounds in life, just as speed, precision, and efficiency are characteristic of the astonishing achievements that we can make through the use of our digital computers. After the ages of domesticated animals and steam power, the internal combustion engine and the introduction of electrical energy, we are now in the era of computerized automation. Call it advanced cybernetics if you wish to impress outsiders. The systems which apply artificial intelligence today are the one place where the one thing you will never find is any sign of intelligence.
Professor Ford, would you like to conclude with anything?
Only to say that I hope, we ended up by looking at two small creatures. At the very end, we saw a ciliate inspecting a diatom, which it decided it didn't want to eat. We have no idea how it did that. You will have seen it swim up towards that little diatom and wonder whether it's going to take it in for lunch. But it sort of, sniffs around it and decides it doesn't want it. We've no idea what the senses that it has might be. But as it turns the corner, it sees a little paramecium swimming along, and it inspects that from some distance and decides to wolf it down. It's like watching a cat catching a bird in the garden. Yet science is not aware of any of those senses. Worse still, science isn't trying to divine what those senses might be. And the sequence before that shows a Euglena, which is an interesting organism. You'll find Euglena in all the textbooks of zoology as an animal, and in all the textbooks of botany as a plant, because it is a ciliate that contains chlorophyll. But there again, it's little ruby eye spot. Here is a single cell with an eye inside it. And I don't presume that it's perusing the landscape as you and I might do if we were out strolling in the garden, but it clearly has some sense of sight and responds to light. And the way that its body contorts and turns and twists and moves and elongates and contracts is all subject to control. Nothing that these grandiose computerists have ever managed to devise comes within a billion trillionth of anything as good as that. And just to see living cells living their complicated lives reminds us of the fact. Certainly the experiment which they conducted at the Institute for Biologically Inspired Engineering with their colleagues, where they pull apart an early embryo of the toad Xenopus and then pretend they've created robots and they in some way have created life. If you look at the comments underneath that news item when it was reported, you've got scores of people saying, this is terrifying to think we can create life. No, all they've done is to rip apart some embryo. And when little bits of it manage to survive, they tell everybody they've created life. Really and truly, people should be smacked around the wrists for saying something like that. So all I wish to do in a very humble way is simply to present nothing clever, but just the actual images of simple living cells about which these computer people seem to know nothing at all, and to remind us how grandiose and successful and magnificent is the phenomenon of living intelligence, and how crude and uncomplicated and ordinary is the computer automation that we now call artificial intelligence.
I think we can have some, question answers. That will be good.
Is there anybody in the audience who would like to ask any questions regarding what they've heard from Professor Ford so far, or from Sripad Bhaktimadhava Puri Maharaj's
Let me ask this question to Sripad Bhaktimadhava Puri Maharaj. When we deal with questions of natural intelligence is always associated with personality. But artificial intelligence often disregards the question of personality and focuses on computation. Why artificial intelligence does not address personality?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the whole question. Can you say it again?
My question is that artificial intelligence is not able to comprehend personality. It ignores the concept of thought. So this is my question. Why artificial intelligence is unable to explain thinking and personality?
Artificial intelligence is incapable of explaining thinking and personality. Why? You're asking why?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think any program has been written for that. You would have to have some type of program. Computers don't do things on their own. They require a program and a programmer. And I don't think any programmer exists who can write a program to inquire about those things on the machine. First, you'd have to explain what it is you're talking about. I mean, we hear personality and we understand what it means, but how would you explain that in a code of a computer? What do you mean by that? What is your definition? That would first have to be understood. And what do you mean by thought? In order to ask what they are, we'd have to define them, and then we could see what some program and attempt to answer those things would be needed. But so far, I don't think any programmers exist who can either define or determine how to define those essential concepts. Is that sort of what you're trying to say?
Yes. In nature, in philosophy, sometimes for some philosophers, thought and being are opposed, and thought is unable to penetrate into the totality of the being. but concrete thought, it is said that it includes the opposition. So there is a relation between thought and being, and it overcomes the opposition between thought and being. But it seems that in modern computers or modern philosophy, they are not even thinking about this question of the relation between thought and being, or they somehow think that this thinking is a result of maybe some actions of materials. But it seems by ignoring thinking, they are neglecting the question of personhood and the higher question. That was just what I was trying to suggest.
Mundi Maharaj?
Maharaj was talking about thought and being. Of course, Hegel felt that the difference between, there was no difference between thought and being. Being is an abstraction, an abstract identity or identity with itself. Being is identical, that which is identical with itself. And thought is also that which is identical with itself. Therefore, thought and being are basically the same logical idea. So he felt there was no difference, fundamental difference between thought and being. Now, this is the problem with computers. If they operate on the basis of the principle of the excluded middle, you know what that means, huh? The principle of a contradiction. Mathematically based computers cannot allow for the existence of contradiction. And A equals B, and at the same time does not equal B. That's a little difficult for a computer to compute. At what time does it equal B and what time does it not equal B? Cannot be told if A is both equal to or not equal to B. So the computer will crash in that case. Yet thought can conceive how thought and being, although different, they have something in common or similar or identical. So that computation cannot be done. That type of computation cannot be done where there are contradictions. Although thinking can deal with contradictions in a dynamic way, as Hegel has shown in his system, or some say Wittgenstein has also shown in his process philosophy. The point is that a dynamical system of thought can deal with such questions, but a computer which is based on non-contradictory mathematics or Aristotelian thought cannot deal with such contradictions. I don't think they have developed yet a computer that can do dialectical analysis or is based upon a dialectical architecture. This is the dialectic method of Hegel, and it has not yet been computerized. So presently, or if at all, I don't think that computers or artificial intelligence can deal with that problem. Okay, now, Shanta Maharaj, what is your question?
I want to ask the question that why actually the idea of imposing or trying to minimize the difference between machine or mechanical system and organism is so central to modern scientific thought. Why they don't want to emphasize the what you can say, clear distinction that a person can easily understand also. Why it is not given so much importance and continuously the idea of non-difference between machine and organism is being propagated.
Yeah. There's a problem of the way they are habituated to think, and the way nature is actually composed or constituted. Nature is purposeful, teleological. It is intrinsic to nature to have a purpose-directed mechanism, or a purpose-directed, what would you call it, foundation. In nature, a thing appears first of all as a seed or an undeveloped beginning, and then gradually develops over time. This does not mean evolution. Development and evolution are two different things, the way I'm trying to use these words. A seed develops into a mature stage by the process of what we call growth. It doesn't evolve from an undeveloped stage to a more developed stage. Evolution is a different process. We mean by evolution, as defined by Darwin, a different process, in which something somehow comes to be through random processes, something else. But development means that a thing comes to be itself fully or matured through a certain process that's intrinsic to the original seed or beginning stage. So this process of development from seed to maturity is not described by science. Science does not know the intricate steps in going from the unmanifest to the manifest stage of a thing. Embryological studies are there, but basically the foundational principle of how a stem cell, say for instance, knows how to develop from its what would you say, homogeneous state, more or less a homogeneous state, to a highly differentiated state in the end, such that the original homogeneous state of the zygote can develop in such a way that it produces very different results, including hairs or fingernails, liver, eyes, heart, all these different things that come from the original egg, which are more or less homogeneous. How it differentiates into all these different organs is not known by science. They cannot understand that process. I mean, they can see it before themselves, their microscopes, but they cannot explain how that happens. There is no explanation. So some will give some superficial statements like orientation or whatever they may come up with. However, the process is not fully understood.
I did want to say that the points you're making are most germane and are central to my thinking. You have often said with memorable directness that science cannot make a blade of grass. And of course, you will know that I look at it slightly differently. Science cannot even fully conceive of a single cell within a blade of grass. Within the single cell, you will find plastids, chloroplasts, which are able to fix atmospheric nitrogen the process of carbohydrate production by plants through photosynthesis has been known about for a century and a half and has been studied in enormous detail. And yet, although we understand the chemistry, we understand the electron microscopy of the chloroplast, science is entirely unable to replicate something as simple and basic as photosynthesis. There is a chemical called rubipi, which has been used, though it is energetically very inefficient, to mimic some aspects of crude photosynthesis. And I have often said in my lectures that it is a test for human humility. If you see a tiny sprout from a weed sticking through the sidewalk, that little plant is, as you look at it, doing something which science still cannot imitate. To give you another example, the strength of world agriculture depends very much on the leguminosae, the plants which have root nodules containing bacteria like Rhizobium, which have the ability to fix atmospheric nitrogen into nitrates and thus produce effectively a fertilizer for the soil. In the medieval period in England, it was normal for people to be able to grow fields of legumes in order to be able to understand them and to use their abilities to grow as a way of fertilizing the soil. If you had 1 year where you grew leguminous plants, like, for example, clover, the field they knew would be miraculously fertilized, carried out by these bacteria. Now, we have known about nitrogen-fixing bacteria for a century. We have been studying them in intense detail, and yet, to coin your phrase, science cannot imitate the simple process of biological nitrogen fixation. The Fritz-Haber process, which we use industrially, is highly polluting and consumes a vast amount of energy. Yet that little weed growing in the garden is able to do it. And part of the problem for me of the notion of artificial intelligence is that its practitioners are intent on promoting themselves as wondrous wizards, whereas in fact they are ignorant of what intelligence might be. And even the smallest part of the living organism transcends in complexity what we crudely strive to imitate in our computers. There is no such thing as artificial intelligence.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Some other comment is coming in from Ariananda Prabhu.
Oh, has the comment arrived?
I'm sorry?
I don't see a comment.
Oh, yeah, we have a comment about the session in general coming from
Yes.
Hariananda Das from Spain. He's here with us and his family. His comment is, the subject of artificial intelligence is closer to our lives every day in some way through social networks and other types of platforms. Artificial intelligence, like many of the scientific advances, can be useful or harmful. It all depends on the use that is given to it. However, it can never replace what the soul is doing, because the soul is eternal, uncreated. It does not belong to this world. However, anything created, no matter how powerful, it is in some way never eternal. It's relative. There will always be the supreme controller, Lord Krishna. However, in my case, I teach chess in schools. I use a computer for my training that uses artificial intelligence and self-learns with each game of chess I do with it. And in that sense, artificial intelligence is positive because it helps you to progress in knowledge and useful education. Also in the medical field, it has many uses. In summary, I just wanted to comment that above all, there is supreme controller and science is useful when it is used to serve others and support and serve the existence of God. Thank you.
Well, there are several layers there. the notion of soul is an interesting notion and has been debated for millennia. But I look at single cells, and I would have to persuade myself that a bacterium or even a virus particle like the wretched COVID-19 must also therefore possess a soul. To me, that is an open question. It is not one that somebody as lowly and in a humble position, such as the one that I occupy in life, could ever address. However, soul is not a crucial part of what it is that I say. Your chess software is a digital automated system which learns and therefore can play chess against you and improve as time goes by. That is not intelligence. If the software was intelligent, it would help you find your car keys. It would sort out the problem with your recalcitrant daughter who has locked herself in a bedroom and won't come out. It would show you how to fix the leak in your roof. It would advise you on what to do with your drooping plants in the garden. That's what intelligence does. All your software is doing is automating the process of playing chess. And we are currently swamped by allegations that artificial intelligence is going to make us irrelevant as time goes by. It is utter nonsense. It is hubris of the most ridiculous kind. Artificial intelligence mechanisms are simple cybernetic mechanisms. They are automated digital control systems. They are machine learning systems. But that's not intelligence. You could sit down to learn all the atomic elements, their atomic weights, their electron configurations, and you could spout that out to me while I checked it online, and I would find that everything you'd learned was fine. That doesn't mean that you're intelligent. It means you have an eidetic memory. I can give you an example of the absurd notion of intelligence. A great friend of mine was Victor Serebriakov, who was the international chairman of Mensa. And he was widely lauded as one of the most intelligent people in the world. And one day his wife said to him, "You had a problem with your car. Since you have the morning free, why don't you go and get the car fixed?" So Victor said, good idea. He drove down to the local garage, and he arrived and said, "Can you fix a small problem on my car?" And they said, "Well, not at the moment. No, our bays are all full." And he said, "But you have a sign here that says small problems fixed while you wait." And the chap said, "Well, it'll be 20 minutes. Is there nothing you can do for 20 minutes? And he said, "Oh, that's fine." So he thought to himself, the car needs to be washed. So he drove over to the car wash, which is one of those car washes that draws your car through on a sort of bicycle chain conveyor belt. And the brushes began to whirl and the hot water and the wax began to spray. And he was drawn into the machine only to realize that he couldn't shut the windows. That was the problem he'd gone to get fixed. The electric windows would not close. And so he sat in the car as it went right through the car wash until he was totally soaked and stinking of detergent and wax with an inch of water in the bottom of his very luxurious motor car. Now, when he drove home, he stood on the back step and his wife said to him, "Come on in then, darling, I'm in the front room." And he said, "I can't come in." And she said, "Why not?" She said, "Come and look at me." And she went out to see this dripping, sodden man. And she said, "What happened?" So he told her the story. And she said, "Well, that just goes to prove," she said, "that you may be the most intelligent person in the world, but that doesn't stop you acting like a complete idiot." And that is the whole point of intelligence. Intelligence is something to which we aspire, but it is not the same as common sense. It's not the same as ingenuity, and it is certainly not the same as memory. Time and time again, people who have a vast knowledge of a substance are described to me as being highly intelligent people. And I say, no, they're not intelligent. That's not what intelligence is. Many of you will know of the Turing test for artificial intelligence. Alan Turing's idea for the test was that you would have an online conversation with the computer, and if you were unable to tell whether the syntax and the sense of the answers was human or machine, then the machine had passed the Turing test. Well, as I said in a publication decades ago, that really makes no sense at all, because all you would have to say to the machine would be, were you plugged in and switched on this morning? Or do you drive here yourself or ride on your bicycle and hang up your coat? Then if the former, it's a computer. If the latter, it's a person. Now, I have shown how the living cell can show intelligence and can repair its neighbor. I have demonstrated this in a previous lecture, I think in 2019, to your esteemed conference. And so the Ford test to show whether you've made computers which are as good as a single microbe would be this. You would set up 3 computers on a local area network in your laboratory. And then on Friday evening, you would smash the central one with a hammer and cut it apart and totally destroy it until it was a pile of wreckage. And then you lock up your lab and go home for the weekend. If, when you come in on Monday morning, that damaged computer has been completely rebuilt and is now running the same as it was before, then yes, you have created a computer that's the same as a single microbe. But until that day, you haven't. Living systems are so much more intelligent, so much more inherently complex, and so much more structurally intricate that any thought that our feeble little software codes can in any way come close to intelligence is utterly ridiculous. It won't ever be possible. What we've got is digital automation, and we have been automating things since the 1700s.
Professor
We
Ford?
automated weaving, we automated so many aspects of life, and it's only natural in an era when we have digital automation that we will also automate in that area too. But it's not intelligence.
So maybe I can read the next question then, if that's okay with
Yes,
you.
please.
So now I'm not sure who asked this question because not everybody has changed their name to a correct name in the audience, but I'll read the question, and if the person who asks would like to step forward, please do so. They say, Dandavat, my question is, AI is futuristic. It imitates human cognition, prevents natural disasters. We are able to study climate changes. It's used in commercial sides as well as technological side as well. Are they not used for constructive purpose? Talking about artificial intelligence. How does Sripad Puri Maharaj look at it? Dandavat. If whoever asked that question. Yeah.
Chandan Kumar raising his hands quite a few times. Maybe Chandan Kumar, your question will be addressed or given time after these questions are done. Thank you.
Did you hear a question?
So the question was, AI does seem to have some practical and useful applications. I agree, that is, of course, weather predictions for hurricanes and other climatic, extreme climatic conditions do exist, and they're very useful for warning people about oncoming natural disasters. Of course, not in all cases. Something like a forest fire getting out of control is not predictable by a computer, and that has to be dealt with in a very spontaneous way, as we have seen out in America and also in Australia, many wildfires, and also in Europe, wildfires have gotten out of control, and people have been surprised and killed by these things. So somehow computers do have limited capacity in that regard, and why not take the use of them for such things? But we should also, the point I think we're making is that we should understand the limitations as well. Like I said, a lot of hype, what I call hype, hypothetical or other unreasonable type of expectations, as Dr. Ford has been pointing out, has been propagated about artificial intelligence, and that should be seen in a more balanced perspective. So computers have definitely changed all of our lives. It's because of computers that we're able to have this virtual conference. So we're not condemning computers in any way. We're just trying to see how we can properly utilize them with a proper feeling for what they can and what they cannot do also, and that will help us to cultivate. I think we have to cultivate a broader range of thought and feelings about our present technological conveniences, and not neglect the other sides of our own human intelligence that are necessary to develop, as well as purely focusing upon technological progress or technological gadgets, as they say. People get lost in these things. We can see many people walking down the street with their cell phones and crossing into traffic or walking into telephone poles or other people. They're so absorbed in their cell phones. That's not the kind of society and the type of consciousness that is useful for anyone. So the point is to try to take a broader perspective on these things. Don't get so absorbed in the mere technological wizardry and forget about the more important human factors, human dimension. That is what we are basically constituted from, and how to develop that side of ourselves as well. And if we can utilize technology in that pursuit, which I think is what we're doing here, we're utilizing technology to try to point out and maybe learn something about the spiritual dimension that is part of everyone. There we can dovetail modern technology with spiritual life, and that is I think that will be the proper utilization of all these things.
Thank you very much.
Dandavad, thank you.
May I add a word?
Please.
I just wanted to say that it is true, of course, that these high-tech systems can help to predict weather and all manner of other things, but they also cause problems. There have been incidents of American naval ships colliding because they were controlled by so-called AI systems that in fact caused them to collide with each other with the loss of life. We've had problems with algorithms in trying to assess pupils' performance in British schools. And we forget the fact, we imagine in some way that the computer has some sort of inner mystique. It's controlled by algorithms, and algorithms are usually written by youngsters, and youngsters have no experience of the world. And as a result, many systems of algorithms cause problems as well as solving them. So as soon as that we understand that what we have is a system of digital automation and nothing to do with human intelligence, the better. Its reality is important, but we mythologize its reality into something that it can never aspire to.
So we have about 3 more questions. If we can ask Chandan Kumar to speak, please.
Namaste, everyone. I hope I am audible.
Yes.
Yeah, my question almost been answered by Puri Maharaj ji. it was like, why do we compare? I need to compare A versus B. So can't it be like we can use A to enhance B? Like, for example, A being the artificial intelligence and B is the natural intelligence, the life of the common people. So we can use artificial intelligence to our advantage and enhance our lifestyle and maybe humanity as such. Yeah, there is problem, but you know, in the broader aspect, you can't stop the technology in the growth path. You need to adapt it and use it for your benefit. This is what I am thinking. What is your say on it?
Yes, I think that's what I was saying before, is that technology can be utilized for higher perspectives, just as we are using the computer now to speak about something regarding the spiritual as well as material significance of the idea of intelligence. So I agree. There is a usefulness for all these technological advancement in spiritual life. But the point is, we should be careful of the focus, that we don't lose focus on the human capacities, the human faculties that we have, and how to develop them, and not just get lost in the technological world of ideas, and try to develop our own personal and spiritual values as well. And if they can be, and if one can be used in the service of the other, then if technology can be used in the service of the spiritual cultivation of human nature, I think that is well and good, and we can see, like I said, from this very conference, how that can be utilized in such a way. Thank you very much.
Dr. Srinivas, did you have a comment before? Namaste. Dr. Srinivas, you're on mute.
Yeah, I fully agree with the Puri Maharaj's idea or and principles, and he has answered in a very subtle way that it has to be, A has to be used only in proper perspective and not in destructive way. It's well observed, and I really thank you very much, sir, for your kind reply. Thank you.
So the next two questions that we have are both directed toward Professor Brian Ford. I'm not sure if he's accessible or available right now.
Yeah, please go ahead. I will continue while, if you can hear me okay, I will continue.
Great.
But by all means ask.
So the first question is, Professor Brian Ford, what is your observation on space technology, landing on Mars, exercising for cyber war, etc.?
This is very far from my own interests, but of course, people have always, again, rather overemphasized the possibilities of space. It isn't, I'm afraid, likely that we shall settle Mars in the foreseeable future, and people keep acting as though in some way, as our world becomes uninhabitable, it's simple to just pull up sticks and go somewhere else. But the practical problems of doing so are so enormous that I cannot begin to imagine that such a thing is remotely realistic. There's a lot of exaggeration in space research, as there is in other areas of science. I have mentioned, for example, the very fact that we tend to exaggerate in order to try and dignify our trifling research with facts that aren't really justified. And at the moment, everybody is talking about exoplanets and life in other planets and all that kind of stuff. Well, I mean, it's utterly bizarre when you think of it. These exoplanets are usually detected simply by slight perturbations in the brightness of the celestial body about which a planet is expected to circulate. But if you look it up in a magazine, you'll find no such guarded truth. You will find pictures of the planet with its continents showing and cloud cover and the layer of atmosphere over it. Although the whole thing is a pure exercise in imagination. We really do not have half the understanding of them. And I think that an awful lot of space research is grossly exaggerated. It's terribly exciting, but I can't for the life of me see the point of sending somebody, let us say, to Mars. The way to explore Mars is to send remote controlled vehicles, which of course a large number of have already been sent. So to be quite honest, I think that if you want an application for digital technology, digital automation, then space research is a superb way to go. But the distances are so incalculable and the sense of optimism is so overplayed that I'm afraid, to me, it makes absolutely no sense at all. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Ford. If there's any...
Can I just ask one more question to Professor Brian? Sir, you said that it is over-exaggerated by the scientists and the photos are all imaginary. But I shut up to understand that having spent so many millions and trillions of dollars, do you really think that things like that would go on and then try to cheat the people? Otherwise is something rather I'm unable to understand, sir. Please explain. Sorry. Thank you.
No, I must say, my dear colleague, as soon as you speak of the trillions of dollars spent, this, of course, is an area that perplexes me as much as it does everyone else in this conference. And that is the fact that nations like North Korea, which have very little by way of natural resources, Russia, which has massive natural resources, and the United States, which is the biggest debtor nation in the world, they all managed to find trillions of dollars to spend on military research. Most of the research on rocketry was, of course, based on military research. When the first American astronaut, Alan Shepard, was sent into space on the so-called Redstone rocket. No, it wasn't a Redstone rocket. It was a V2 from World War II, a souped-up V2 sent up by the Nazi rocketeers, von Braun and his colleagues. Military research has always underpinned all this stuff. The amount of money that is wasted on military research is, to my mind, in a world which is struggling to find resources to run itself, utterly immoral. And what makes it even more bizarre is that all those military authorities will tell you, for all of their banks of missiles, that none of them would ever dare to use them, because you would so destroy the country that you were hoping to occupy that there would be nothing left to occupy. And indeed, all the radiation hazard would probably poison your own country as much as theirs. So they all agree that none of these weapons will ever be used, and yet trillions are spent on creating weapons that have no purpose. And I must admit, this is not really a subject for this meeting, and this is my personal view, though I cannot doubt I'm the only person in this conference who feels the same. It is absolutely absurd that we waste so much money when the money could do so much good if properly applied.
So I'll read the next question. It's also for Professor Ford. This is from Devahuti Devidasi. Maharaj?
Yes.
Dr. Maharaj, you said something?
No, I have not said anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. So we have the next question from Devahuti Devidasi in India. She's asking Professor Ford, is computer automated software simply coined as AI and it's truly hype?
Well, that is the most succinct and accurate and beautifully expressed summary. You have just put into words a concept which is exactly what I'm saying, And the difference between you and me is that you found much better words than I have ever found. Yes, what we call artificial intelligence, which has no relationship to intelligence at all, is digital automation. That's what it is. And it is called artificial intelligence in order to promote the majesty and wonder and mystery of it. There is not the remotest chance that it's going to replace humans. It is, of course, going to replace jobs, but then in our homes, we have an electric iron, we have a washing machine for the clothes, many people have a dishwasher for the crockery and cutlery. We don't do that anymore. And I have been many times to places in India where I see craftsmen carrying out painstaking operations, weaving wonderful tapestries, or creating copperware by sitting painstakingly tapping away with the hammer. And such a thing can be done in the West in a fraction of a second by a machine. For centuries, in fact, ever since society began, we have been trying to find ways in which we can avoid human effort and avoid human labor in order to apply machines. And when we had electricity, that's what happened. Now we have digital software, we have digital devices, so we can apply those. It is simply a logical continuation of what has been happening for centuries. The first protests against the automation of manufacture and the loss of personal laboring jobs dates back to the 1700s in Britain. Britain, after all, was the world's first ever industrial nation. We created the industrial world with the invention of the steam engine. And the fact that steam engines were able to power machines that could do the work previously done by working men was massively unpopular. And exactly the same things were said then as were being said now. And if you look back at Charlie Chaplin's film from the 1920s, what was it called? The film about the city. I can't recall the title. But there you had a satire of huge machines replacing people. I think that film was made in, I don't know, 1923 or something of the sort. So there is nothing new about it. I heard a chat the other day, in fact, Professor Russell has been giving the BBC Rees lectures on artificial intelligence. And he just said that the time will come when all our jobs will be done by machines. And he mentioned a machine to paint windows on houses. And I said to my wife, well, I was painting the window on a house last autumn, and I found a little weed growing, which needs to be transplanted. I found a little bit of damaged cement that I need to touch up. I found a butterfly chrysalis, which I need carefully to avoid, and a little spider's nest, which I had to remove before I could paint. A machine isn't going to know what those are or do anything of that sort. Besides which, a house painting machine, how much would it cost? I don't know, hundreds of thousands of dollars anyway, and you would have to install it and plug it in and set it up and program it before it's painted. I can ask Al to come from over the road, and for a few rupees, he'll come and he'll paint my windows with no trouble at all. The whole notion that everything has got to be automated is bizarre. And in fact, the way in which you pose your question also presents the answer. Yes, we call computerized automation artificial intelligence, and it is done through pure hype. If you said to somebody, I'm writing programs for computer automation, it doesn't sound very exciting. But when you say, I work with artificial intelligence, then suddenly people think, well, I can never understand what this complicated chap is doing. And people leave you alone and also give you large amounts of money for your research. But yes, it is just hype. And it is simply the continuation of automating industry, which we have been doing for hundreds and hundreds of years.
Thank you very much for that reply, Professor Ford. So with that, we conclude the first session. The first session was just an introduction on the conference theme. And now session 2 will be passed to Kanu Priya Devi Dasi. Thank you very much.
So my humble Dandavat pranams to all Vaishnavas, devotees and scholars. I'd first like to give my humble Dandavat pranams to Madhava Puri Maharaj on this auspicious day, and feel very honoured to have all your association. So we're now going to, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, which is our Divine Grace Bhakti Nishkashanta Maharaj, who has obtained a PhD in coastal hydrodynamics from Ocean Engineering Department of IIT Kharagpur. Presently, he is serving as the Sevite President Acharya of the Sri Chaitanya Saraswat Mutt, and his talk will be today on the intrinsic versus extrinsic intelligence and critique of artificial intelligence. I'll hand over to Maharaj.
So, my humble Dandavat Pranam to Srila Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj and all the participants. To begin with, I would like to offer my prayers to my Divine Masters. Om Ajnanati Mirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. So, today for this event, I have chosen this topic: intrinsic versus extrinsic intelligence, a critique to artificial intelligence. So when we are talking about intelligence in machines, generally we talk about the external behaviors, how they behave, how they do things. Generally, in that context, we miss what is going on within living organisms. As Professor Ford was explaining, that we are missing the concept of organism in the cellular context. In the organism level, there is so much intelligence activities are going on. Those things are completely forgotten. So that's why some necessity of humility is there in science. As Immanuel Kant told long back in 1784, there will never be a Newton for the blade of grass. And Srila Bhakti Madhav Puri Maharaj often says, all the science and all the scientists in the world together cannot make a single blade of grass. Now, some scientists, they are thinking that they can produce what you can say, the replication process that can be displayed by a robot. But here we can see those all blocks that they are trying to join. They're already manufactured things. They are not produced by some intake of materials, with taking those materials within, and that can manufacture or produce those things. It's just an assembly. But what goes on inside the cell is not an assembly. It is a cell division, actually. It's a completely organic process. And that is never being, what you can say, emphasized. We have given more only emphasis to a superficial imitation of external things, external activities. But what goes on within the biological systems at the biological level, that is not displayed. So organism is not only intelligent by its activities that we can observe externally, but we study its cellular functions, its biological activities within. They are highly intelligent activities, are not just driven by blind forces, some physical and chemical activities that we can say. So this root of materialism that is coming in modern society, when we teach that life comes from matter, so this influences the people, how they think about the reality, other living entities, and it affects the fields like cloning, genetic modification of the food, animal rights, etc. So our attitude is completely shaped by the way we are, looking into the reality, other living entities, life in general, how we are looking into it, how we see it. If we are thinking it is just purposeless, atoms and molecules, they come together by some kind of accidents, then, it all leads to some kind of, what we can say, complete degradation of the society. And all the what you can say, good morals and spiritual aspects are left behind, and even they use that platform to criticize what is genuinely contributing in the society in the form of harmony, peace, and spiritual upliftment, all those things. So this whole development of materialism started from Francis Bacon's campaign of power control over nature, and Descartes' epistemology that science can make us masters and possessors of nature. And Darwin further provided the concept of objective evolutionary biology, means from a primordial soup, some essential chemicals were there from there, first life arisen by somehow some chance combinations, and random some accidents changed and produced all other life forms. So this type of idea has completely eliminated the original the educational systems focus that we were inquiring about our true self as spirit. Who am I? Why I'm suffering in this world? What is my origin? All these things has been replaced by some kind of immediate biological needs, because we don't think something beyond the death. Our goal, our destination, all those things are completely eliminated by this type of educational system. However, when this type of idea is being propagated in the science, then the arrangement of biological activities, how they are going on inside the cell, they display great intelligence actually. Like for examples, we can see that Miller's experiment, he was well aware that the products, the biomolecules that he is producing by those electric spark, it has to be protected from that electric spark. What is producing can also damage those molecules. So he was intelligent enough to protect those useful molecules and collect them separately. So that intelligence is not there in that what you can say forces and what you can say the chemical reactions that are going on spontaneously without any discrimination, what is useful reaction, what is not useful reactions. So there is this what you can say negative entropy, what you can say organizing principle, that we don't find in the forces and the chemical reactions which are going on without any goal-oriented what you can say process. In the living organisms, there is goal-oriented process. There is some goal of the inside the cell. There are compartments for separating what is useful, what is not useful. If all reactions they go on without any discrimination, then cell will not function. So these all things in the primordial atmosphere, how that has been manifested by some blind forces, by eliminating the natural intelligence that we find even in the what you can say biological level, not only external behavior, but at the biological level, that is being not addressed. So the molecules inside the cell also, there are very selective. They are not just like left-handed molecules, like right-hand molecules. The problem of chirality in biology demands chemistry to supply left-handed amino acids in proteins and right-handed sugar in RNA, DNA, and metabolic pathways. But the chemical reactions in nature, they have the racemic mixtures. So how that intelligence of choosing things in a particular way that is necessary for life has been manifested, that this superficial programming cannot explain. The programmed machines that cannot explain these all things that's going on even within the body of the organism. Not only that, it is just behaving, some outward, physical, intelligent behavior, but it displays a lot of intelligence in its biological or the cellular level activities. Like the cell, it is being, explained or compared as like a city at work. Actually, so many activities they are going on simultaneously inside the cell. It is not what you can say. You cannot just separate those all parts, and you can understand that they're all interlinked with each other, and so many things goes on simultaneously. So like what you can say, the E. coli bacteria, which is a small living organism, but its activities at the cellular level are highly complex and very intelligent. Like in the cellular biology, we know that the cell does proofreading and error correction. It's a very intelligent activity, and it is linked to such accuracy. There is possibility of one error in what you can say 10 to the power 9 cases. The possibility of one error in 10 to the power 9 cases. So it is almost no error. So that intelligence is displayed even at the single cell organism at that level. And what to talk about the multicellular organism, which the developed brain organ. So scientists, they are propagating that somehow in the initial time there was a warm little pond was there, and somehow by chance all the chemicals they come together and the first life originated. But the reality that we observe, as David Deamer, he did an experiment in 2005. I think this has been published in Nature, and he put all the essential chemicals in the hole, and he waited for a long time to see if life originates, and it never originated there. And my Guru Maharaj, Srila Damodar Maharaj, he asked Professor Stanley Miller that he was telling that he will produce all the so-called biomolecules, and somehow from that he will produce the first life in an artificial way. But my Guru Maharaj told, if I supply you all the biomolecules, like he said, suppose you were given all the necessary cellular chemicals, could you create a living cell in the test tube? Miller immediately answered, I do not know. And also Srila Bhaktivedanta Puri Maharaj wrote in our forum, Sadhu Sangha forum, anyone can take a single cell and put it into a sterile test tube with all the necessary ingredients to sustain its life. If you then puncture that cell with a sterile needle, the contents of the cell will pour out into the solution. Even if you wait for hundreds of years, life will not be generated from those original biomolecules of the cell. This tells us that life is not simply cellular in nature. The life principle is the a priori formative cause of the cell or the body of any multicellular creature. We can see this in action by watching any seed or egg or embryonic zygote go through its development to maturity. Science cannot explain this development by simply reference to chemical activities. So the modern machine concept is only talking about physical and chemical pathways. It does not talk about the cellular or biological activities, the complex biological activity that are going on, that we cannot imitate. The highly complex intelligent activities that are going on even at the cellular level, even in the organism, the immunity, how it works, how it have that identity of self and non-self. All these things are not addressed in that explanation of machine concept of organism. So there is a clear ontological distinction between mechanical, chemical, and biological systems. And abiogenesis, as it claims that chemistry made a transition to biology in a primordial soup, seems to be only a daydream. It has never been demonstrated by any evidence or experimental, what I can say, study. It is only propagated based on mere faith. And we know that the, what you can say, activities of, different parts or participants in the organism, they have, some very complex relationship among each other. How, what you can say, the different organs of the multicellular organism, even in the cell, those all different DNA, RNA, all those things, they are considered at the organelles of that cell. How that, a linking element is coming up, that is not being addressed by the external forces concept that we find in physics, or the chemical bonding concept in chemistry. What is that, connecting link that makes them act so intelligently, so coordinated way, and does the activities like, checking and proofreading, correcting errors, having the identity, and all those things are not addressable by mere physics and chemistry. So the unifying and identity principle, the distinction that we have to understand, like in the case of mechanical systems, external forces, they act as the unity, and in the chemical system, the chemical bonds act as the unity. But in the biological system, it is the consciousness or sentience that makes them, do things, natural way in the intelligent activities. The activities of the body, outward activities, are no doubt intelligent in organism, but the cellular level activities are much more intricate, much more complex than what can be conceived, and that aspect is being not addressed in this, concept of, program-driven machine idea. So the reductionistic, concept that is being applied to biology, it always failed to answer two simple questions. What is the minimum number of parts that are essential for a living organism to survive, and by what mechanism do these parts get assembled together? So that is being not addressed. And when we studied the life for the simplest living organisms like bacteria, so they have displayed some very intelligent activities, like bacteria can lead rich social lives for the group benefit. They can develop collective memory, use and generate common knowledge, develop group identity, recognize the identity of other colonies, learn from experience to improve themselves, and engage in group decision making, and additional surprising social conduct that amounts to what should most appropriately dubbed as social intelligence. This is one of the article presented by Ben Jacob in 2004. And also in the 2012 conference that held in Cambridge University, first annual Francis Crick Memorial Conference, there they have told that the weight of evidence indicates that humans are not unique in possessing the neurological substrate that generate consciousness. Non-human animals, including all mammals and birds, and many other creatures, including octopus, are also possess these neurobiological substrates. So they are saying that consciousness is not just unique to only human beings, but that is also found in other living entities. And that conclusion took them so long, so much of hard work. And in 2012, they concluded that non-human animals, they are also conscious entities. And Shapiro also stated in 2007, remarkable series of observations requires us to revise basic ideas about biological information processing and recognize that even the smallest cells are sentient beings. So the concept of biology is having a revolution, and it is going towards more, kind of spiritual biology, because the concept of consciousness becoming more and more common in, cellular biology and other, fields of biology. So there is a concept like, comparing what you can say, EG and, what you can say, solution to the activities of, our senses, like EG and heart problem, what they found by David Chalmers, that they want to devise some mechanism that how we see things. Some light came and, that how that, information is transformed to our brain, and how that, image that, we are seeing, or that they want to devise some, what you can say, mechanism for that. And they call it EG problem because they can think about some kind of, mechanistic way of, looking into that. Of course, we can term it as an EG problem, but we have not yet understood how that, experience of, light or, sound and all those things come into, picture. So the next part is the concept of, self. The question how sensations acquire characteristics such as color and taste, and how an organism develops a sense of self, cannot be addressed by any mechanistic explanations. And because of this, scientists consider this problem under the category of hard problem of consciousness. Thomas Nagel described the difficulties. It isn't easy to observe the fact that I am contained in the world at all. It seems outlandish that the centerless universe in all its spatiotemporal immensity should have produced me of all people, and produced me by producing Thomas Nagel. There was no such thing as me for ages, but with the formation of a particular physical organism at a particular space and time, suddenly there is me. For as long as the organism survives in the objective flow of the cosmos, this subjectivity to me, stupendous event produces hardly a ripple. How can the existence of one member of the species have this remarkable consequence? So how this experience of, color, taste, and conscience of, self, all these things are coming. A robot can do things. A machine can do things, like it can defeat a person in the game of chess, but it does not experience happiness or unhappiness. A thermometer may change mechanically, its reading may change, but the thermometer will never experience heat or cold. This is what you can say, one of the important problem that the machine does not have, and that thing is not being addressed in the concept of, this core delusion. It could not address, that, question. Influenced by the grand success of computer science, life sciences also adopted the concept of core in genetics and also in neuroscience to explain the sentient principles of living organisms. This is also an outcome of mechanistic thinking in modern science. And these two, delusion of the code concept is being propagated in genetic and neurological, code concept. So in neural code delusion, like genetics, neurobiologists also presume the material basis of cognition, and therefore they want to establish neurons in brain as the basis of consciousness. They have the notion that there is a neural core that represents the mind of the organism and helps the brain to manage synaptic modulation over wide areas of cortex. They believe that the complex brain function is as simple as the operation of a man-made machine, robot, and therefore they hope that in future they can control the living organisms like robots. Delgado states in his book, Physical Control of Mind, there are basic mechanisms in the brain responsible for all mental activities, including perceptions, emotions, abstract thought, social relations, and the most refined artistic creations. Predictable behavioral and mental responses may be included by direct manipulation of the brain. So there is some, misunderstanding about, that idea that there is some particular code is there and that can be, what you can say, traced inside the brain, and that can be manipulated so that we can have different experiences. So does any neural code exist in reality, or it is only in the mind of neurologists? It is reported that coding occurs in the context, and hence the meaning aspect should be considered strictly in the context of the subject's behavior. An individual living entity selects according to his behavior only those aspects of neural firing that make sense for its behavior. Therefore, brain function is controlled by the behavior of the living being. Apart from the behavior of the organism whose brain is under study, interpretations of neural actions are also very much influenced by the brain states of the neuroscientist. Agreement explains this difficulty. The information encoded in a train of neural actions potentials is interpreted by higher order neurons, and it is also interpreted by the neurologist who designed and performed the experiments. There need not be any correspondence between these two interpretations. The interpretation by neurologists, however, may be influenced by the ruling paradigm in the particular field of research. So how the data of this neural data is being collected, how it is interpreted, how we do that interpretation, that is very much influenced by what kind of paradigm that we are accepting or we are trying to use to analyze that. And also we have never found inside the brain or certain kind of chemicals or certain kind of material entities that we can say this entity is controlling our happiness or our anger or our frustration, and we cannot use those material elements in the machines or robots to make them happy or unhappy or angry and things like that. So there are no such what you can say material means to explain the subjective experiences that a living organism is experiencing. So this concept is now becoming more and more prominent as the studies on brain is advancing. So moreover, there is a semantic aspect is also attached to this kind of problem. Code by its meaning is predetermined representation of information that is independent of sender, receiver, and mechanism of transmission. Influenced by the concept of neural coding and decoding, neurologists think the brain as an information processing system. Unlike inert man-made information processing systems, the behavior of sentient living being adds a semantic aspect to the brain information processing. Information obtained from organisms' sensory simulation is utilized to constantly renew the brain's internal image of the world. Therefore, neural codes must change with time through conscious learning, which implies that same neural spike sequence may represent a different behavior at different times. For several such reasons, the concept that there is just one mode of neural signaling represented by a single neural code is certainly false. So this is very, very significant. The same pattern can represent two different behaviors. So just a study of some pattern of neural activities will not help us understand the complex subjective behaviors that we find in multicellular organisms who have the brain organ. And whether neural code exists, there is still a lot of doubt, and many are what you can say, they are stating in the published literature that in fact does not exist. Extracting ethological significant neural representation require very specialized cells or populations of neurons that merge the individual features. Different qualitative and quantitative stimulus attributes of sentient living organism are represented by different neural codes, and therefore unlimitedly many neural codes are necessary. Entirely different coding is necessary for simultaneous attributes from computational processes, spatial position of a sound, and depth of a visual scene. Neurologists also do not know whether coding is performed by individual neurons or by nervous system. There are several such questions like what reads the code and decodes the message? Is the reader a distributed system or it is a cardinal cell? Is there a local decoder or is there an integral sensory motor system that is genetically set up to react appropriately, etc., for which a biology do not have any tangible answers? The simplistic mechanistic approaches have limited applications in these studies because, unlike classical information transmission systems, the sensory motor coordination systems are feedback systems, and therefore there is no unidirectional flow of information. That is why Ellis stated extensive investigation of the brain's synaptic connectivity, the presumed material basis of cognition, has failed to explain how the brain thinks. Further, the neural code that purportedly allows the brain to coordinate synaptic modulation over wide areas of cortex has not been found and may not exist. So they may say that there may be some neural code, all this imagination, but they could never get any evidential support, empirical evidence support for the same. So mind with no brain. In multicellular organisms, brain and cell nucleus in single cell is assumed to be cell nucleus in single cell is assumed to be the organ controlling life. Like we have the brain organ in a multicellular organism, they think that there is the central nucleus that controls like brain in the single cell organism. By considering brain as the source of consciousness, it was believed that if the brain is detached from any organism, the instantaneous and indispensable outcome of that action is death of the organism. In 1970, Robert White and his team successfully transplanted the head of an rhesus monkey on the body of another one, and the monkey lived 8 days. Researchers are also attempting to perform the same in the case of human being, and it is reported that if a human's head has been detached under controlled conditions, it must be reconnected to the circulatory flow of other person's body within 1 hour. The same is also true for the brain of cell as well. Cell can sustain the enucleation operation. In fact, cells are found to be more robust towards brain removal than multicellular organisms, and it is reported that enucleated cells continue to survive and display a regulated control of their biological processes for up to 3 months. Both single cell and also multicellular organisms, brain is not the source of life. Many researchers influenced by a biology doubt the cell cognition, and hence, to help clarify, we will discuss in future some of the 21st century biology that provides cell cognition. So we were, I was taking this slide from one of our, lectures that I was presenting. So that statement is mentioned there. But anyway, this is some of the interesting, study that has been, presented. That as one doctor, Robert White, who has transplanted successfully the head of one monkey with another monkey. So they are planning this head transplantation for the human being. So if there is any code at all inside the what you can say brain of a organism that is controlling everything, then by detaching the brain, immediately that organism should die. But we see that the transplantation is working, and what is controlling the personality, whether the what you can say brain or the body, that is another question that will be seen when this what you can say study is successful in transplanting. We see in Indian in a context there is Ganesha who has the elephant head, but he is behaving like the person. So the concept of code in the single cell organism, in the case of like bacteria, if you remove the nucleus where they call the gene is located, the DNA, so still that cell continues for several months with all normal activities. So what is the source of life and intelligence? It is not clear. by just the simplistic idea that is being propagated, that there is some codes are there inside the nucleus or brain that is controlling. That is certainly not true as far as evidence is concerned. So organism cannot be reduced to its genes. So there is a idea that is being propagated, that central dogma that there is a unidirectional information flow and that DNA controls the activities of the organism. That is being propagated by Francis Crick. But now we have found, as the biological research advanced, that information can also transfer from the protein to DNA and from the membrane. So there is no, what you can say, central control as we feel DNA is controlling everything. Even DNA can be a read-write system. It can be modified in stressful condition. Cell can rewrite the DNA. So DNA plus 0 is equal to 0. That is what the statement that James A. Shapiro mentioned. DNA by itself cannot do anything. DNA being used by the living cell, the sentient cell, to do all the activities. And we have not found much success even in a medical research. They wanted to find out solution to all the problems, all the disease through modification of the codes in DNA. But that research, that promise is not being fulfilled. They have done so much of studies on DNA's editing, but that success rate of that study is being very minimal as it is being hyped. That's why Ernest Mayr, one of the what you can say leading biologists in 20th century, he says it is a little difficult to understand why the machine concept of organism could have had such long-lasting popularity. After all, no machine has ever built itself, replicated itself, programmed itself, or been able to produce its own energy. The similarity between an organism and a machine is exceedingly superficial. So Aristotle, he has explained that matter, dunamis or potentiality, matter in action, energia or actuality. The word actuality implies act, and the Greek word energia means energy. What moves that matter, dunamis or potentiality, into action, energia, actuality. Aristotle called that actualizing force entelekia or entelechy. This peculiar word comes from telos or teleology, and specifically it refers to inner ontology. According to Aristotle, there are many types of or kinds of being or matter. Thus, dunamis or potentiality has different potencies depending on the kind of species or creature that it is. The seed of an oak tree or the egg of a chicken have certain potencies within them, characterizing the type of matter they are. When their potency is awakened, their entelechy will drive them to actualize as a tree or chick. So here, what Aristotle is trying to emphasize, that there are different types of what you can say, the potencies are there. What in our Vedic sense we see more like the consciousness that accommodate different behavioral and activities of the organisms. So when that consciousness is acquired by the soul, or it is having that type of consciousness, not that a bacteria body by some accident it becoming fish by some accident, but when what you can say, the soul in the bacteria it acquires the consciousness that of a fish, then there is already that type of what you can say archetype body is there to accommodate that consciousness. So the concept of soul and consciousness, they are very important to understand the intelligent and sentient activities that are going on in a living cell. So Atma, the principle of Atma is very, very important. Sentience is explained as the symptom of Atma in the ancient Vedic literature like Bhagavad Gita. Aristotle introduced the concept of soul to explain the goal-directed sentient behavior in biological system. The chemical concept of life assumes that the universe is made of things and objects that have no relation to sentience or cognition. It is the fallacy of modern scientific thinking. This dogmatic approach ignores even the consideration of conscious scientist, who is essential for very existence of scientific endeavor. So in biological studies or the study of life in modern science, they never talk about concept like soul or atma, and they have never demonstrated what is the source of consciousness or sentience, which enables the biological entities to act intelligent naturally, not only their outward behaviors, but their biological activities within their bodies that are highly intelligent activities. For that reason, certain Western, scholars, they are telling that it is intelligent design kind of idea that is being propagated. However, in our Vedic concept, that intelligence, it is not a design concept. It is a organic, holistic concept. In the sense, everything is linked to everything else in that organic whole, and is acting intelligently because it is connected to the body that is sentient and animated by the presence of the soul. The moment soul leaves the body, even though eye is there and all the mechanism is there, but still that eye has no capacity to see or experience things. So that experiencer is missing in the study that we see in modern science, or the machine concept of the organism that is being propagated. So abiogenesis is an insult to the life force. Vedantic scholars Aristotle and Hegel all claimed that biological systems, organisms, are distinct from inanimate objects. Mechanical and chemical systems, purpose and meaning are inseparable aspects of life. We cannot expect those in dead molecules. We don't give any moral and ethical importance to an accumulation of dead molecules, but such a consideration is a must to the life principle. There are several ethical problems attached to abiogenesis. So the constituents in the biological system come into view or grow out of germinal organism and reveal the manner in which the biological systems as a whole relates to its environment. This establishes that life can only come from life. Each species of life produces their unique biochemicals. Inanimate objects, dead chemicals, don't display sentience. Sentience is a unique property observed only in biological systems, animated objects. This in turn establishes the fact that there must be an original sentient being from whom the life forms and their related matter have emerged. It is depicted in the second aphorism of Vedanta Sutra and its commentary in the first verse of Srimad Bhagavatam. Janmadasya anvayat itrasta avidya swarat. The origin of everything is avidya swarat, the unitary supreme cognizant being. So here we are, what you can say in Vedic explanation, we are seeing that life comes from life principle, which is empirically observed. It traces us to a original sentient being. So our intelligence activities, our sentient activities, they are not originated, what you can say, independent of that original being. Only through his connection. That means in our body also we find there are two types of sentience. One is finite consciousness, one is infinite consciousness. We can see that certain activities, the conscious activities that we are in charge of controlling, that is like our movement and things like that, the external bodily movement, we are in charge of certain activities. But the cellular activities, which are also very intelligent, and that is not controlled by us sentiently. There is some higher intelligence which is controlling that activity. That's why in our Vedic literature we find Atma and Paramatma, the soul and super soul. So these aspects we have to understand and study to trace how this natural intelligence that is manifesting, and a superficial explanation of artificial intelligence will not ever be able to imitate the complex biological living entity that we are seeing. So we have to, what you can say, question first of all how what you can say, this code concept or the concept of program driven machines can ever imitate or what you can say, demonstrate the living activities. So with this I would like to end my talk. I'm sorry I could not able to give much focus because of the background noise here. We have some artists going on, so my sincere apology for that. Thank you very much.
Dhanavat pranams. Thank you, Maharaj. So our chair for this second session on the critique of science, Professor Brian Ford, I don't know if you're there, if you would like to make any comments on summaries, but we understand that you're not feeling so well, but if you would like to, how are you feeling?
I don't think, well, not too well. I had the vaccination, so the effects are quite mild, but I would not be able to do justice to chairing the entire afternoon session if I could bow out and if someone else would kindly take. I just wanted to pay a retrospective comment, as I mentioned in the chat, to the talk that we've just heard, which indeed expresses very cogently the majesty of life, and every phrase reminds us all of the incredible hubris of people who try to pretend that some man-made digital device can in any way compare with it. As I mentioned this morning, we cannot even emulate such simple processes, such well understood processes as the fixation of nitrogen and photosynthesis, which are fundamental parts of life, that life had evolved billions of years ago. I mean, it really is extraordinary. And yet presentations like this, which exemplify the majesty of life and its inherent intricacy, are so rare. And it's only in the conference like this series that such things are ordinarily raised. We drift along, as has been said several times already this morning, ignoring the fact that most people just never look at the things that matter. The problem is that scientists investigate things that will get them grants. And the things that will get them grants are matters of current interest. There is no funding available for airless speculation. In America, you have the Genius grants. In Britain, we had something similar for a few years. The National Endowment for Science, Technology and the Arts gave grants for 3 years for people with a track record to do research. I was fortunate enough to be one of the first recipients of that grant. Apologies. And as a result, I was able to devote much time to areas for which there is no funding. New science comes from areas where there is no money. Old science comes from areas where people long to pour in money to be associated with fashionable topics. And to be reminded of the complexity of life in such a splendid presentation was for me very, very refreshing. It's one of those talks that I shan't forget for a long while.
Thank you, Professor, for your contribution. So please, everyone, do make a note of any questions that you might have for Maharaj at the end of the session where we have the questions and answers. We have 2 more speakers today before we have those questions and answers. I'd like to now introduce our next speaker, Professor S.R. Butt, who is a former chairman of the ICPR, New Delhi, India. He is an eminent philosopher and Sanskritist. He was general president of the Indian Philosophical Congress and Akhil Bharatiya Darshan Parishad, the All India Philosophy Association. He retired as professor and head and coordinator of UGC, Special Assistant Program, Department of Philosophy, University of Delhi. And his topic today is differentiating real intelligence from artificial intelligence.
Thank you, Madam, for your generous introduction. To start with, once again, I pay my obeisance to His Holiness Puri Maharaj and wish him a very long life in the service of humanity. The theme of our deliberation is really very deep and subtle, at the same time not very easy to have a satisfactory solution. The reality that we experience is wondrous and wonderful. And we, the reflective human beings, try to fathom it, try to understand it, and the more we go deep into it, we find that we are knowing very little about it. Anyway, we find that this entire reality is a psychophysical continuum which is animated by some principle which we may call as consciousness or soul or mind. We have animate beings and inanimate things. This distinction we draw. But in fact, there is an essential unity, fundamental oneness, and we can therefore transcend this sort of a dichotomy of animate and inanimate. We can say everything is consciousness, display of consciousness. We have a term, Sarvam Khalu Idam Brahma, in Sanskrit. Everything is Brahma only, and therefore everything is consciousness, which is manifested in one form or the other, in the form of living beings or in the form of inanimate, non-living things. And therefore we have what can be called as a holistic organismic understanding of reality. The reality is a whole, and it has multiple manifestations. All manifestations are real, but they have a same essence with different forms. There is essential unity, but multiple forms. We can approach the reality in either way. We may look at the essential unity, or we may look at the diversity, which is multiple. But we have to see to it that there is a continuum, and in that continuum, the reality is a whole with multiple parts. This is the understanding of reality which alone can give us a satisfactory explanation of the nature of reality. Here we find that there are numerous manifestations of consciousness. Consciousness alone is sui generis. Consciousness alone is self-luminous. Matter is not. And therefore, we experience that it is consciousness which is fundamental, and matter is derivative. Matter is an epiphenomenon. Consciousness, or when we may also use the word life. Well, life begets life. Life also begets matter, but vice versa is not the case. Matter does not beget matter. Matter does not beget life. So we find that this consciousness or life is the fundamental nature of reality. Now, this consciousness can be natural, which means it is not a product, not an effect of causal conditions, or it can be artificial, which is a manifestation of the same consciousness, but with the help of causal conditions. So, artificial intelligence is unnatural, whereas the other one we say it is a natural intelligence. Both are there. Both are experienced by us. Both are valuable. Both need to be properly attended to. But we must make a distinction between the two, not separation. It's not that the natural intelligence and its application through artificial intelligence are separate phenomena. No, there is a sort of a continuum. But when we say that it is natural, means it is intrinsic and internal. And when we say artificial, it is extrinsic and external. So far as natural intelligence is concerned, in Indian tradition we have been told that we are infinite. We have fullness, purnatva, and therefore we have infinite potentiality of manifestation of consciousness. This is what we call as a spiritual evolution. Consciousness is not born, but it evolves, and it can evolve infinitely. No limit to it is there, and therefore always there will be some sort of growth of consciousness. But this growth is not something coming from outside. It is internal. Same thing can have its replica in artificial intelligence also. In artificial intelligence also, there is also a possibility of infinite manifestations. We may have, say, through computer, we have this exercise of artificial intelligence. Now there can be supercomputer, supercomputer, and so on and so forth. So we have therefore a marvelous play of artificial intelligence through computers, through ITs. But there is one basic difference between the two. natural and artificial. Natural intelligence is spontaneous, and we need not have any external input for its manifestation and growth. Whereas in case of artificial intelligence, always it is the human being, our natural intelligence, which provides data or input to artificial intelligence. Through computer or other machines, we may have permutations and combinations and newer and newer outcome. But those outcomes are only deductive in nature. Whatever the data provides, only that much can be say put forth in the form of a result. That means there cannot be any originality, there cannot be any novelty, there cannot be any innovative things. We may call it innovative in the sense that, well, we have a newer product, but that newer product comes out of the given data only. Outside the data, you don't have, and the data are always external, not internal. Data are provided by human intelligence. So it is what we call as man at the machine. But it is the man who operates the machine. Machine doesn't operate by itself. Machine doesn't move by itself. The artificial intelligence, though useful and very much useful for empirical purposes, but it has its own limitations. And this artificial intelligence is empirical in nature, and therefore it cannot comprehend that which is trans-empirical. The natural intelligence is trans-empirical, and therefore the play of natural intelligence cannot be fathomed. It cannot be comprehended by any sort of a computation. So we must therefore make a clear distinction between that which is empirical and that which is trans-empirical, or that which transcends the empirical. We have the experience of both. Through our worldly cognitive senses, we know the empirical, but through intuitive apprehension, intuitive realization, we also can approach the trans-empirical. In the Indian cultural tradition, we have the technique of yoga. And through yoga or yogic practices, we reach to that state of consciousness which is subliminal, sublime. And we find, therefore, that there has to be a clear distinction between the natural and the artificial. It is artificial is a sort of a cultural development. So what is natural and what is cultural, that distinction we have to bear in mind. And the two have their manifestations, but their manifestations are also of a different sort. The growth of natural intelligence and the development of artificial intelligence are not at par. The growth is in fact of natural intelligence something from within. But the development of artificial intelligence is always from the data that we provide from outside, the data that we insert in the machine. And therefore, though there may be teleology in both the cases, in natural as well as artificial, but the teleology is spontaneous and from within in the natural intelligence, whereas the teleology or the purposiveness or the utility of the development of artificial intelligence is always external. It is provided by the person who operates the machine, and therefore there is some sort of dependency in case of artificial intelligence, but there is no such dependency in case of natural intelligence. However, I would like to emphasize that the two may be distinguished but should not be separated, and we have to look at the continuum between the two. This is what is called as a holistic approach. In a holistic approach, we don't negate anything, but we accommodate everything. And the two, both artificial and natural, are useful to us. They are usable, and we must use them. But we must use them in a very judicious manner. In case of natural intelligence, it can be virtuous or vicious. You can use it or misuse it. Same is the case with artificial intelligence. You can also use it or misuse it. And quite often, the perverted human mind misuses the artificial intelligence. And therefore, for example, in these days, we are using it in warfare purposes, or by trying to have a exploitation of nature. We are having all these sort of ecological imbalances, and therefore the ratiocinative human mind has to be judicious and must look for such implementations of consciousness which are beneficial to the whole humanity and the entire cosmos. It is believed in Indian culture that the cosmic process is orderly. Every entity in the cosmos has its own nature, swabhava. But we, the perverting human beings, we disturb the order. We introduce disorder, and we suffer from all sorts of calamities. All calamities are our making. They are not natural. They are all extraneous. We bring in, we introduce them by our say vicious mindset, and therefore we have to approach and understand this very significant element of our existence, namely intelligence or consciousness, or we may use the word mind also for that. So our mind must be pure, our mind must be virtuous, and both natural and artificial intelligence even though we may differentiate, well, we have to see to it they are properly used, because they are usable and they are beneficial. They can be harmful and detrimental if we misuse them. So this sort of knowledge we should have. In Indian culture, too much of emphasis is laid on knowledge. That knowledge is the most pure possession of a human being. And it is human being who can make use of knowledge for its practical outcome in a good manner or in a bad manner. And therefore, this sort of study or this sort of deliberation has two purposes. One is that we must give due place to natural intelligence and artificial intelligence. We need not confuse between the two. We must differentiate between the two, but not separate them, and find a sort of a continuum. And in that continuum, both are usable. And therefore, the second thing that we have to take care of is that we must use them judiciously for the benefit of the whole humanity, and not to disturb the normal course of the cosmic process. The cosmic process will go on. But if you disturb it, then it will have harmful effects. If you don't introduce disorder, then always it will be useful and beneficial. Nature is always orderly and it is useful. In India, we regard nature like a mother. A mother nourishes, but the offsprings do not exploit mother. They approach mother with care and respect just to get nourishment. So both natural and artificial intelligence also should be approached with this sense. I may call it as it's a global responsibility. Responsibility of a self-conscious human being, and it is an exercise in self-awareness. So with this I would conclude that in this holistic, pluralistic understanding, let there be no dichotomies, let there be no divisionistic approach, let there be a unitive approach and some sort of a symbiotic understanding of the natural and artificial intelligence, which are both manifestations of our consciousness. The one is something which is internal, and this internal is a gift, a precious gift to humankind. And the artificial is produced out of natural or by natural intelligence for benefit, for good outcome. And let it therefore be really beneficial. And this is the lesson that we have to draw from such deliberations. Thank you very much. Over to the organizers now.
Anava pranams, Professor, thank you so much for your presentation. I'd just like to see if Professor Brian Ford would like to make any comments at this stage. If not, just see if he would like to
No, there's nothing I would add.
There are a few.
It was a very interesting presentation, and from what I heard, said things which need to be said. The only question I would raise is the notion that in some way we influence disasters. I'm afraid most disasters are self-generated and will take place whether humans existed here or not. We do have this solipsistic sense that in some way our existence is crucial to the existence of space and matter and time. But of course, if humans didn't exist, space and matter and time would go on just the same anyway. And the majority of the disasters that affect us, certainly things like, for example, forest fires, we grossly influenced by anthropogenic global warming. And the amount of thermal energy in the atmosphere now is so much greater than it was. And thermal energy is what creates weather. We're going to have much more weather in the future than we've had in the past. So to that extent, of course, we influence it. But there have always been storms. Storms always have been disasters. I mean, it's like that that existential question: if a tree falls in the forest and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a noise? Of course, it makes a noise. The noise is a physical constant. The fact that there is not a person there to hear it is of no interest to the tree, or the ground, or the forest, or the sound. Indeed, were we to disappear, we would make negligible difference to the rest of the universe. We are far less important than we think we are. And it is a fact that we are influencing nature in a bad way, but nature has never been kind to its inhabitants, never has in the past, and never will in the future.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Ford. So we are now going to move on to our next speaker. I introduce him as Professor Bernardo Kastrup. I think I'm saying that correctly. With us, I'd like to introduce Professor Bernard. Are you here? Professor Bernardo Kastrup. He's the Executive Director of Essentia Foundation. His work has been leading the modern renaissance of metaphysical idealism, the notion that reality is essentially mental. He has a PhD in philosophy, ontology, philosophy of mind, and another PhD in computer engineering, reconfigurable computing, artificial intelligence. As a scientist, Bernardo has worked for the European Organization for Nuclear Research, the CERN, and the Phillips Research Laboratories, where the Kashmir effect of quantum field theory was discovered. And his talk today is on differentiating real intelligence from artificial intelligence. I'd like to now hand over to Professor Bernardo.
Thank you. Just a quick clarification. I'm not a professor. I do have 2 doctorates, but I'm not employed as a professor in any institution. Okay. How long do I have to speak?
About 40 minutes.
40 minutes is the normal, yes.
Okay. So let me already start by sort of setting your expectations, although I have worked on AI for a long time and it's one of my specialties. I will give a talk on the same vein as Professor Ford, perhaps even more severe in my criticism of the prophets of artificial intelligence than Professor Ford allowed himself to be. So I will just talk freely. This is an unscripted talk. I have so many formal presentations with slides online now over the years. I thought if I do that again, I'll just repeat myself. So I'll try to do something new by just talking spontaneously. I have a list of points I want to cover, but it will be fairly spontaneous. I think the first paper in the academic literature, in the technical literature, that brought up this issue of artificial consciousness or artificial intelligence to the forefront in a coherent, very cogent manner, and already before the discussion became more elaborated, it already brought to the fore the key misunderstandings around it. This first paper was, I think, written by John Searle in the 1980s, in 1980 precisely, I think, and it has become known as the Chinese room experiment. And that's a thought experiment by John Searle. Maybe many of you already know that, but I'll give a quick description of the experiment. Even if you already know it, my description will emphasize the parts I think are salient and relevant, so it may be worthwhile to sit through it anyway. The experiment goes as follows. Imagine that there is a hermetically sealed room somewhere. It has no windows. It has a door, but once you get in, you can close that door and you are hermetically sealed from the outside. You cannot see or hear anything that's going on outside. And inside this room, there is an English-speaking clerk, an administration official. He's just sitting in there inside the room on his desk, and he cannot see or hear anything of what's going on outside. Now imagine also that there is a thin slit on one of the walls of the room through which somebody on the outside can pass notes to the clerk inside. And in turn, the clerk can also pass notes through the slit to whoever is standing outside of the Chinese room. That's the name of the room. And that's the only means for the clerk to communicate to the outside world and vice versa. It's by passing pieces of paper through this thin slit on the wall. Now imagine that there is a Chinese-speaking person outside the room, and this person writes a question in Chinese, using Chinese characters, on a piece of paper, and pushes it through the slit. So the clerk inside gets this piece of paper with a question stated on it. But the clerk doesn't speak any Chinese. The clerk doesn't understand Chinese. So how can he answer the question? Well, and that's the thought experiment. It doesn't matter if what I'm about to say is plausible or possible. It's just part of the thought experiment. Imagine that the clerk has a huge book, a manual about how to process Chinese characters. And that manual tells the clerk that if he gets this or this sequence of Chinese characters, he has to reply with this or that sequence of Chinese characters. And all possible combinations are there in the manual. So the clerk can write down an answer to the question, a coherent answer to the question, and pass it through the slit to the Chinese person standing outside with a coherent answer, even though the clerk doesn't speak any Chinese, doesn't understand any Chinese. All he did was to process symbols blindly by using a rule book, a book full of rules about what to do in case this or that combination of character comes in. What combination of characters do you have to put out through the slit? Now, from the Chinese person's perspective on the outside, every time he states a question to the room, he gets a coherent answer back. The room answers in Chinese. So the Chinese person outside is justified to think that the room is intelligent because the room provides a coherent answer to every question in Chinese put to it. The room must be intelligent because the Chinese person does not know what's going on inside the room. The room is hermetically sealed. All he knows is what messages go in and what replies come out. Now, knowing as we do what's actually going on, do we think that the Chinese room is intelligent? And the appeal of Searle to our intuition is the following. Obviously, the Chinese room is not intelligent because the Chinese room does not understand anything that's going on. The Chinese room is just processing symbols blindly according to syntactical rules. That's all that's going on. Is that intelligence or is just blind symbol processing? So Searle's argument is that complex symbolic processing may give you the impression of intelligence, like when you talk to Siri or Alexa, it may give you an impression of intelligence, but what is actually going on has nothing to do with comprehension, with understanding. It's all about blind symbol processing. Now, do I agree with Searle's argument? No. But the reason I don't agree with it, it's because I think we make very easily a conflation between intelligence and private conscious inner life. There have been many rebuttals to Searle's paper over the years from the MIT and Stanford or other universities, but none of them really succeeds in defeating the core intuition behind the paper. Some of the replies or the attempts at refutation say that, well, the problem is that the Chinese room is not a fully integrated system, because if the clerk had the manual in his mind and not in a book, if the clerk knew the rules by heart, then there would be a sense in which the clerk sort of knows what he's doing. I don't think it does at all. I think whether you read the rules from a book or whether you know them by heart, you are still doing blind rule processing. So why do I think Searle has failed, even though none of the refutations have succeeded in defeating the core intuition that he's trying to evoke in us? And the reason I think is that the intuition he is evoking is an intuition we have about conscious understanding. That's a content of consciousness. That's a phenomenon of and in consciousness. When you understand something, it feels like something to understand a certain subject, to understand a certain question or an answer. There is something it is like to understand something. In other words, understanding is a quale, or it's made of qualia, qualities of experience. That's what Searle is appealing to. When the clerk just follows the rule in a book, there is no experience of understanding in the mind of the clerk, because the rule book has decoupled information processing from the accompanying understanding, from the accompanying experience of comprehension. But from the outside, the room is indeed intelligent. Why? Because I submit to you that intelligence is a measurable property. It is objectively measurable. We try to do that with IQ tests, which unfortunately are extremely limited. They measure only one very specific nerd intelligence, and they leave out all other kinds of intelligence. For instance, MMA champions are some of the most intelligent people on the planet, even though they probably would score 100 on an IQ test, which is the average result. Because, you know, MMA fighting is like bullet chess in 3D, in which you have to use every member of your body, you know, both hands, both legs, arms, fingers, the core of your body, everything, head, everything. It requires a tremendous capacity for processing very, very complex situations and reacting to those situations immediately. But that doesn't get captured on an IQ test. So I'm very critical of IQ tests, but I think the principle behind them is valid. The principle or the core underlying assumption is that intelligence is an objectively measurable capacity or capability. So I know this is just a linguistic point, and in terms of substance, I agree completely with what Professor Ford was saying. But I think getting clarity on the words helps the coach arrive at a more or less coherent understanding of what's going on in the world of AI, which is not the case today at all. So I submit to you that we have to decouple the idea of intelligence, which is just clever ways of processing data. It involves no comprehension, no understanding as qualities of experience. We have to decouple that from the accompanying qualia, the accompanying qualities of actually understanding the meaning of such information processing. The latter requires consciousness. The former, pure intelligence, does not require consciousness. Now, let me just quickly look at my notes. We make this conflation all the time. We mix up the notion of creating an entity that has private conscious inner life with the notion of creating an entity that can process data very cleverly. And therefore, we think that artificial general intelligence is in some way artificial private consciousness. But these two things are not at all the same. Even if you use the words different than I am using, you should still use two different words for these two things, because they refer to different aspects of the world, different aspects of nature. So as somebody who has done AI, maybe I'll tell you a brief story about my history with AI. I landed at CERN when I was 22, 2 days after I graduated. Working at CERN had been my dream job. And my dream came true two days after I got my diploma. So I was very giddy when I arrived at CERN, very, very giddy and full of energy, full of enthusiasm. I was working in the team that built the data acquisition system for the Atlas experiment. Back in the day, I was responsible for what we used to call the level 2 trigger system, which was the most complex of the trigger systems used in the data acquisition of the Atlas experiment. And I had so much energy that I did my work in two different ways, two different solutions to every problem I got. I produced the classical accepted solution for what we had to do was an algorithm that had to identify useful physics and differentiate it from already known physics. And the reason was we didn't have the capability to store the terabytes of information per second that came out of the experiment. There was no way to store that. So we had to, on the fly, use an algorithm to decide, is this potentially new physics? Is this the Higgs boson? Or is this just electrons and jets and other things that we already know everything about and we don't need to store? So that was my job. And so I produced an algorithm to make this distinction based on physics knowledge, so a human understanding of how the universe works. So you know that a Higgs boson decays in certain ways and not others. It deposits traces about its trajectory, which has certain configurations and not others. It has a certain energy distribution signature when it interacts with the calorimeter. So knowing all that, you can write an algorithm that captures one's human understanding in a machine. But I also, in my private time, using the resources from CERN, but at CERN, you know, you can stay there day and night. Now there are hotels and restaurants and banks inside, so you can live your life in there, and I did. I did have a little apartment outside CERN, but I was hardly there. So I was spending my private time producing an alternative solution to the same problem using artificial neuronal networks, using AI. And I knew it was very clear in my mind, this was back in 96, 97, I knew that an AI solution would never be accepted by the physics community because physicists are proud of their understanding of what's going on. They know what to expect, or they think they know what to expect. So they want an algorithm that captures that knowledge and not a black box AI trained on all kinds of Monte Carlo simulation data. And they don't know what the AI is doing because back in the day, artificial neuronal networks were basically black boxes. We didn't have the visualization tools we have today. But I produced both solutions. Of course, you know, the classical solution is the one that ended up in the Atlas experiment. But it got me thinking about AI because I thought, you know, operationally speaking, as measured from the outside, the AI could be as clever as my classical algorithm. I knew that based on my experiments that the AI could achieve more or less the same level of accurate discrimination as the classical algorithm I was using. Now, you could make valid criticisms about the robustness of such an algorithm. Would it crash if it saw completely unpredicted physics? Because we could only train the algorithm with expectable physics. Would it crash if it saw totally unpredicted physics? Would it throw away a number of Nobel Prizes? And that was a possibility, so that's why we didn't use it. But for the data we did know, it was as clever as the classical algorithm, just much faster at it. So I continued thinking about that, and over the years, in my private time, and now I moved to Phillips Research at some point, and my work was closer to AI, but not really AI. But at home, I continued to think about it. And at some point, of course, you ask yourself the question, if I'm doing an artificial neuronal network that has the same structure and function, or at least comparable structure and function as real neuronal networks, then is there any reason to think that the artificial one, that its operation could be accompanied by experience in the same way as the neuronal networks in my brain are accompanied by experience? In other words, could intelligence come hand in hand with conscious comprehension, conscious understanding? And for a couple of years, as somebody who had physicalist assumptions, I was a physicalist without thinking too much about the problem, because I was educated in an environment of physicalists. I mean, my first job was at CERN, the cathedral of physicalism. For 2 years, I operated under physicalist assumptions that there should be a way to set up a particular structure of physical entities so as to create conscious experience that would then go hand in hand with the symbolic processing that we call intelligence. But after a couple of years, I realized that whatever I did, whatever solution I would come up with, whatever structure or algorithm or feedback system or symbolic anchoring of the internal symbols, like I flirted with the ideas of Pentti Haikonen from Nokia Research, which was one of the top research institutes back in the early 21st century. And his idea was that the problem of computers is that they use encoded binary system. So their internal symbols are not anchored in entities of the outside world. They are arbitrarily encoded. So Heikonen's idea was, no, let's wire each sensor of a computer to a particular entity of the world outside. So there is a wire for smell, there is a wire for a certain color, there is a wire for triangles, another wire for rectangles. So you would eliminate that arbitrary symbolic translation that you get when you go into, ASCII code, for instance. So I flirted with that idea, but eventually I realized that it solves absolutely nothing. And the ultimate conclusion I arrived at was that whatever I did, it would only change structure and function. And there would be absolutely no reason, whatever I did, to think that now I am more likely to create experience than I was in my previous version, the previous version of what I was doing. And at some point you hit your head against the wall so much that you finally realize that you've taken a wrong turn somewhere and you are in a dead-end alley. And insisting on that is just stupid. You have to trace your steps back. You have to take a few steps back and sort of take account of where you took a wrong turn. Find your way back to where you took a wrong turn, because the place where I was internally contradictory. My assumptions about the nature of matter and consciousness contradicted the very possibility that structure and function could in some way be associated with consciousness. So that association was impossible because it was an artifact of thought. It was an artifact of my unexamined assumptions. Eventually, I concluded that what is at fault here are the very physicalist assumptions we make about the world. This notion that matter is intrinsically not qualitative, that matter can be exhaustively described through a list of numbers, a list with the right numbers. In other words, you can say everything there is to say about matter through quantities without putting qualities into the mix. And that purely quantitative medium is the bottom level of reality, and everything else arises from it as a kind of epiphenomenon or an emergent property of a foundational level of reality that is inherently and intrinsically and purely quantitative as opposed to qualitative. If you make this assumption, then you will die trying to figure out a way to turn structure and function into qualitative experience. It just cannot be done because it's internally contradictory. Now, I like to use a metaphor to try to describe to you the error we make when we conflate AI with artificial consciousness, when we conflate intelligence with understanding. Notice that most people working on AGI, most people who think that an AGI would be a being with a conscious inner life of its own, most of them, the way they go about their work is by studying how we process information. The subsystems of our cognitive apparatus, they study it. They study, for instance, how you go from electric impulses from your retina to a visual percept wouldn't even be the correct word, but to seeing the world. There are many layers of processing in between these two elements. First, you only have pixels. There are no objects in the world. There are no events. There are just colored pixels. And your cognitive apparatus translates those pixels slowly into separate objects and events, and eventually into narratives. In other words, eventually it translates pure pixels into you telling yourself a story about what's going on around you. So what these people do, they study how our cognitive system does this processing, does these levels of information processing to arrive at a comprehensible narrative about what's going on outside us. And then they try to emulate the same kind of information processing in a computer. And the jump they make is then to say, well, if I simulate accurately how a brain processes information, if I simulate that accurately on a silicon substrate, then the silicon substrate will be conscious in the same way that you and I are conscious. But try to see the absurdity of this idea. And to try to illustrate that to you, think about the following, another thought experiment. I can simulate kidney function down to the molecular level in my computer, the computer I'm using to talk to you right now. It's a top-of-the-line iMac with an M1 processor. I can certainly simulate kidney function accurately down to the molecular level on this computer. It would be a perfect, complete, and accurate simulation of kidney function on this computer. Does that mean the computer will urinate on my desk? Well, of course not, because the simulation of a phenomenon is not the phenomenon. It is a simulation thereof. The substrate is completely different. Now, this is very obvious when we talk about urine. Simulating kidney function doesn't cause the computer to urinate. It doesn't matter how accurate and complete the simulation is. We all understand that. It's obvious. A computer is made of silicon. Real kidneys are metabolizing systems made of carbon, nitrogen, water, and all that good stuff related to life. It burns ATP, it does protein folding, transcription, and all that good mitosis, all that good stuff that we call metabolism, and which doesn't happen in the computer. That's why the simulation is totally different from the phenomenon simulated, because what the simulation does, it is to copy a certain abstraction about the phenomenon, not the phenomenon itself. In the case of AGI, the abstraction that is copied are the patterns of information processing. But for the same reason that we don't think a simulation of kidney function will cause a computer to urinate, we shouldn't think that a simulation of the patterns of information processing in a human brain will cause a computer to be conscious, to have private conscious inner life like you and I have. It is absolutely ridiculous to think that that is the case. So why do we make that mistake? Well, very intelligent people make this mistake. Well, otherwise very intelligent people make this mistake because under the physicalist paradigm, we don't know what consciousness is. It's not only that we don't know, it doesn't fit into the worldview of the physicalist paradigm. It's an anomaly. And since it's an anomaly and we have no good intuition about it, then anything can be consciousness. Maybe consciousness is the involuntary wiggling of my left big toe. It's just as good a hypothesis as consciousness is the patterns of electrochemical firings in the synapses of my brain. I mean, it's a completely arbitrary translation from the world of qualities, consciousness, to the world of quantities, matter as defined under physicalism. There is no natural way for us to deduce, at least in principle, a coherent link between qualities and quantities. That link is always, ever, only arbitrary. Why? Because we created quantities to describe qualities. We created the quantity kilometer to describe the quality of visual perception, distance in visual perception. We created the quality newtons or kilograms to describe the quality of lifting a heavy piece of luggage that weighs 50 kilos. So qualities were created as descriptions of qualities, but physicalism tried to say that qualities can arise out of quantities. This is like trying to pull the territory out of the map. And because we fail in doing that, there is no coherent, natural way to deduce a territory from a map, because the map is the description of the territory, not the creator of the territory. Because of that, we get very confused about consciousness. It's a territory we don't understand. And then it opens the door for all kinds of stupidity and nonsense. And look, the most dangerous kind of stupidity in the world today is the stupidity suffixed by the letters PhD. And there is a lot of it going on, a lot of stupidity with a PhD degree. And you can make some sense of it based on psychology. I have this provocative idea that AGI researchers who go giving lectures around the world saying that they are going to create a conscious being, it's womb envy. You know, Freud talked about penis envy, that women were secretly jealous of this extra thing men had and they didn't have. So I submit to you that what's going on with male AGI researchers who claim that they are going to create conscious artificial life is womb envy. They cannot bring a conscious being into the world like a woman can. So they have to find a technological way to realize that profound human archetype. But it's just nonsensical. It's nonsensical in so many different ways. It's hard to even talk about it, but I'm trying. Now, before I specialized in AI, I was just a computer engineer. I created computers. I still create computers to this day for fun. I make them available for free on the internet, the designs, of course. But as somebody who started in computer engineering, not where people start today, if you go to computer engineering school today, or computer science school today, you already start from abstractions. I studied in the early 90s. I started engineering school in January of 92. We still were taught the very basics. We were still taught how a computer works down to the physical substrate, what is physically going on in the substrate, how semiconductors work, how they are made, you know, how the chemistry of the thing works, because there is chemistry involved. And I know that you can build, in principle, any processor, any computer in the world today, you can make a version of it, in principle, using only pipes, pressure valves, and water. So you would have an enormous 3D structure of pipes and flowing water and pressure-controlled valves. Maybe the size of a planet, maybe the size of Jupiter, I don't know. But in principle, you can do anything a silicon computer does with only pipes, water, and pressure valves. A computer is basically an information processing system that uses the binary system of numerical representation, two symbols, on, off. And with pressure valves, you implement a binary system. The valve is either closed or open. Electricity is water, pipes are the wiring. So the way we psychologically become romantic about computers is that it's a mysterious thing going on. It's hidden under an epoxy package with little legs protruding from the sides. We have no access to what's going in there. We only know that it processes information in extremely clever ways that seem to defeat us. I mean, I'm a chess player as well, and I cannot beat Stockfish, one of the home chess engines available today. So if I were not a computer engineer, say if I were my girlfriend who is an artist and doesn't have a background in computer engineer, I would also be romantically enamored with this mysterious technology that beats me at chess, somebody who has been studying chess for, I don't know, 35 years. How is that possible? And because it's a mystery, we project the mystery of ourselves onto it. We project our own consciousness, our own conscious inner life into it. Why? Because it's a black box. It's a mystery. A mystery is a vacuum. And nature abhors a vacuum, right? It attracts a projection of something that helps us make sense of it in terms that we can relate to. And what could we relate better to than something like ourselves? And that's why all the romantic idea of conscious computers arise, because people do not understand that those are just mechanisms. Mechanisms just like what you can build with water pipes and pressure valves. There is absolutely nothing mysterious about it. And what there is of mystery in it, there are a couple of small, tiny mysteries. One of them is quantum tunneling through the gate of a transistor. We don't quite understand how that happens. So what do? We prevent it from happening. The whole technology about building computers is shutting off all the parts of nature we don't understand. We call it improving the signal to noise ratio, SNR. That's the technical term for it. We shut out of it everything that we don't understand, so it only does what we do understand. So it is just a bloody mechanism that you can build with water, pipes, and pressure valves. Now, would you think that a construction made of water, pipes, and pressure valves would be conscious? Well, if you think that it would be, then Niagara Falls is conscious. Then the Atlantic Ocean is conscious. And where do you stop? Does the Amazon River have a different consciousness than the Atlantic Ocean? Where does the river end and the ocean begin? So you run into all kinds of arbitrariness, of nominal things, nominal assumptions that have no on-the ground in nature. And then you're off to the races. You're lost. Hopefully you find your way back to reason at some point. So the notion of an AI being a conscious being in the sense of having a private conscious inner life as you and I have is internally contradictory. It is as nonsensical as expecting your computer to urinate on your desk if you run an accurate simulation of kidney function on it. But then somebody could say, but Bernardo, what about the correlations between patterns of brain activity and conscious experience? There is no question these correlations exist. Today, we can train an AI to correlate patterns of brain activity of a person with the images that are being displayed to the person on a screen. And that correlation can be found so accurately through an AI that if you're dreaming and they instrument you with an EEG cap, the scientists can tell you what you were dreaming of just by looking at your EEG signal. So there are very tight correlations between patterns of electrochemical activation in your brain, namely in your cortex, and consciousness. So that would be then the reason to say if you emulate those patterns, then something like consciousness could arise. Well, I would still say no, because the only way to make that jump is to ignore the substrate. A computer is not a metabolizing system. You cannot ignore the substrate. And another reason is that those correlations do not necessarily imply causation. It's an often repeated logical fallacy. I submit to you, and I will end my talk with this, I submit to you that there is another way to understand the correlations between brain activity and experience coherently without making physicalist assumptions. In other words, without assuming that the brain, that physical entity, somehow creates conscious experience. And the way to do that is to think of the brain not as the cause of consciousness, but as the image of a particular configuration of consciousness. An image of the phenomenon always correlates with the phenomenon it's an image of. That goes without saying. It's self-evident. Flames correlate with combustion. Now, the difference between image and cause is that images don't need to be complete. Causes do. If the brain is the cause of consciousness, then there cannot be anything about consciousness that you cannot trace back to something happening in the brain. And that's a problem, because if you take psychedelics, your brain goes to sleep while you're having the most intense and rich experience of your life. Brain activity dramatically reduces everywhere in the brain. So that's a problem. But if the brain and its patterns of activation are just what a certain configuration of consciousness looks like, then the image doesn't need to be complete. Certain forms, certain types of ethanol will combust without flames. So whatever the image is, you can trace the image back to the phenomenon it's an image of, but not everything about the phenomenon can be traced back to the image. And that fits the empirical data extremely well. So if that is the case, if a metabolizing system is what private conscious inner life looks like, a particular configuration of a spatially unbound substrate of subjectivity in nature, if the brain is an image of private conscious configurations, then artificial consciousness or artificial conscious inner life, private conscious inner life created artificially, is the same thing as abiogenesis, is the same thing as creating life from non-life. Because creating life from non-life is to create a metabolizing system in nature from something that was not metabolizing before. And if metabolism is what private conscious inner life looks like, then creating metabolism artificially is creating private conscious inner life artificially. So if we succeed in creating artificial private consciousness, what will it look like? It will not look like silicon computers. It will look like the ciliates, the paramecium Professor Ford just showed to you. That's what the first artificially conscious AI will look like. Can we achieve it? I think we can. I think we will get there once we understand life better. Maybe I'm wrong about it, but if we do succeed, it will look like that paramecium under the microscope of Professor Ford's. It will not look like a data processing farm. So that's, I'll wrap it up here.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kastrup, for your wonderful spontaneous talk. Professor Ford, would you like to make some comments?
Yes, very good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I doubt whether really there is any understanding of how the kidney works. The kidney is far more complicated than we think. But the general thrust is right, except that when you looked at mitochondria within cells like paramecium, as I have, no one is ever going to make that. It's a dangerous thing to say, and fortunately I'm old enough not to be alive to be disproved, but no, nobody will ever make anything remotely like it. And indeed we don't have to. If you want a paramecium, go out and get one.
Wonderful, thank you. So now we're going to open this second session for questions and answers. So if there's anybody there that would like to ask any questions to any of our speakers this afternoon, we'll welcome them now.
My name is Raman. Raman Menon. I don't know why it came up with a different name. There wasn't a way to change it on Zoom like there usually is. And I meant dreaming as a form of dissociation, and it seems very analogous to what Gaudapada talks about in the Mandukya, in his Karika and the Mandukya Upanishad. So I was wondering if Dr. Kastrup had read that or studied that, because it seems to just dovetail unbelievably beautifully with his work on DID.
Okay, this is a question about the broader body of my work, not about the talk I gave today. So for the benefit of the people who do not know at all what you mean, just a quick intro. I mentioned in the talk that I think metabolism or life is not the cause of conscious experience, because that leads to all kinds of internal contradictions, like the nonsense of conscious AGI. The image of a particular configuration of a substrate of subjectivity that I think is the foundational ground level of nature, a substrate of very simple subjectivity. And metabolism or living organisms are what a certain configuration of that substrate looks like. Now, what configuration is that? Well, we know that living beings have private conscious inner life. I cannot read your thoughts. Presumably, you cannot read mine, at least under normal circumstances. I do not know what's going on in the galaxy of Andromeda. So that configuration entails a sort of cognitive isolation from the rest of what's going on in that postulated substrate of subjectivity. And lo and behold, we have empirical evidence for a process that exists in nature that does exactly that. It's called dissociation in psychiatry, extreme forms of which are known in the DSM-5 as dissociative identity disorder. Up to DSM-3, I think it was still called multiple personality disorder, which was a very bad name, a romantic name, but not accurate. So dissociation is when what is essentially one mind seems to split off into seemingly separate centers of awareness, which are inferentially isolated from one another. In other words, you cannot reach somebody's thought by following a chain of cognitive associations. At some point, you face a wall and you have no access to what is beyond that. So that is dissociation. It's the inability to reach a certain content of mind through a chain of cognitive associations. Now, for the longest time, we thought dissociation could be just people faking it. Now, since the turn of the century, you know, definitively that is not the case. You can diagnose DID now with brain scans, which cannot be faked. There was this case in Germany of a woman who had a dissociative alter who claimed to be blind, and when psychiatrists hooked her up to an EEG cap, when that alter was in control, in executive control of her body, brain activity in the visual cortex would disappear, even though the woman's eyes were open. And when the host personality would be back in executive control, activity in the visual cortex would just pop back and be normal again. So we know dissociation is a real phenomenon, and it can be literally blinding. It can literally preventing you from seeing what is in front of you, even though your eyes are open and there is nothing wrong with your visual system. Dissociation is a purely mental phenomenon in that sense. And so that what living beings, what metabolism is an image of, I would say, is a dissociative configuration of the underlying field of subjectivity in nature. So that's the source of the question. And then the question is, aren't dreams also a form of dissociation? Yes, trivially so. In the dream, during the dream, you identify only with the part of your mind that is doing the dream avatar. The rest of your mind is doing the rest of the dream. It's doing the other people, the streets, trees, cars around, the entire context, environment that your dream avatar experiences from a first-person perspective. But from the perspective of your avatar, you are not doing the world around you. You are inhabiting that world, and that world is a third party. It's out there. It's separate from you. Now, when you wake up, you know that it was your mind doing the whole thing, doing the avatar and doing the rest of the dream. So trivially, during the dream, you are dissociated from yourself. And why do I say trivially? Because there are many non-pathological forms of dissociation. Some of your childhood memories you're dissociated from because they may be things you don't want to remember. Dissociation is a defense, a psychological defense mechanism, very well known. And it only becomes pathological when it prevents you from functioning healthily in the world, or when it leads to extreme suffering. That's the only reason we call it a pathology, but it's a question of degree, not a question of nature. We are always undergoing dissociation. When you forget something that you can remember afterwards, you're dissociated from that memory. You lose the ability to reach that memory through a chain of cognitive associations. And people who have excellent memories, not innately, but develop techniques to have good memories, what they do is they engender evocative links of cognitive associations to bring them to those memories. They imagine absurd stories in association with the event they want to remember, or the knowledge they want to remember. So it's all a play of cognitive associations and the dissolution thereof, and then reforming those associations again. Most of it is not pathological at all, and dreams are just one trivial example of a non-pathological form of dissociation.
May I add something, Bernardo? Actually, in Sankhya philosophy and other, Vedic literature, we know that sleep is just like, our gross body is not active, but our subtle body is active. So in the Sankhya philosophy, we have gross and subtle, planes of realities. Like we have this gross body is made up of 5 elements, what it explains: earth, water, fire, air, ether, and then 10 senses, 5 working and 5 knowledge gaining senses. And then the sense objects. Beyond that, these are the gross, reality that we are experiencing. And beyond that, we have, this mind, intellect, and ego. Mono, buddhi, ahankar, it explains. So when somebody is sleeping, his gross body may not be active, but his subtle body is active. So what you are, experiencing in the dream, that is the activity of your mind. But there are different states of sleep also. The deep sleep, that yogis and other, practitioners, they experience that. So the Turiya state, they experience, the transcendental plane. So of course, sleep also helps in, forgetting some of the difficulties that the individual experiencing in that life. And without sleep, we know that when people become crazy, actually. Sleep is very much essential to forget, certain things that they feel like, anxiety and other things that they experience. So this gross and subtle, concept of, that what is explained in Sankhya philosophy, and maybe it's a similar thing that they are trying to discuss. But the meaning has to be understood, the difference in the meaning.
The Western mind and the Western dictionary, conceptual dictionary, our language, lack in subtlety about discerning different states of consciousness. We profoundly lack that. Even I am guilty of that, but at least I'm guilty of that purposefully as a concession to the need to communicate. So I purposefully conflate mind and consciousness because Western philosophy made this conflation already centuries before me. So I try to stick to that, at least to be consistent, and I try to issue disclaimers every time I can. But we clearly, even while alive, go through a great many very subtly different states of consciousness. And we are most likely never unconscious. And the word unconsciousness is another victim of the lack of subtlety of the Western mind regarding mental phenomena. the unconscious was a term used by Freud and Jung, by Freud late in the 19th century, by Jung early in the 20th century. And it was an unfortunate term, because what they meant by it, certainly Jung, and I wrote an entire book about it, making that case. What Jung meant by an absence of consciousness was an absence of what we today call meta-consciousness. Consciousness is just raw experience. Meta-consciousness is when, in addition to raw experience, you know that you are having raw experience. It's an explicit assessment of the contents of consciousness, and that assessment in itself is a content of consciousness, or, to differentiate it, a content of meta-consciousness, a consciousness that folds in upon itself to assess itself. Now, when you are conscious but not meta-conscious of an experience, you cannot report on that experience to your doctor or even to yourself. Like most of the time, you're not reporting to yourself that you are experiencing your breathing, but you are experiencing your breathing. If I bring your attention to it, you become meta-conscious of your breathing. But 30 seconds ago, you were conscious of your breathing, just not meta-conscious of it. In the case of breathing, we can move freely between consciousness and meta-consciousness. But there are other things that we feel all the time that we cannot bring under the microscope of meta-consciousness, because it may be a psychological defense mechanism to prevent us from doing that. For instance, only in my mid-30s did I realize that I have lived with a certain uncomfortable feeling all my life. But if you had asked me when I was 25, are you experiencing this particular feeling? I would have said, no, of course not. Perfectly fine. But when you finally become meta-conscious of it, you remember retroactively that you were conscious of it all along. You just couldn't bring it under the light of explicit introspection. So that's the origin of the unconscious. We may be conscious at all times, even during non-dreaming sleep. And lo and behold, 2 years ago, new research came out in which 3 researchers put forward the empirical likelihood that we are always experiencing something during sleep. And the non-dream related experiences during sleep, there were 3 categories for them: sleep thinking, liminal sleep perception, and selfless states of awareness. And by selfless, what is meant there is not that you lack subjectivity, but you lack the idea that you are an individual subject. So you have pure subjectivity. And how they found this out? Well, very uncomfortable research with a great many many volunteers who volunteered to be instrumented with an EEG cap and to be awoken by scientists at arbitrary times during their sleep. From the scientist's perspective, it was not arbitrary, because the scientists could read the EEG signal of dreaming, and they would not wake the subjects up when they knew the subjects were dreaming. But in the EEG traces where it was clear that the subjects were not dreaming, they would wake up the subject suddenly, and the subject would be primed for it in advance, of course, and to ask the subject to reply very quickly before the memory would fade. Were you experiencing something just now before we woke you up? And subjects would report, yeah, I was thinking about this, or I was feeling cold on the tips of my toes, and there was always something, or I didn't have any particular content of consciousness. I was not thinking about anything, but I was aware. So that's the selfless awareness that doesn't have that individual construct of subjectivity that we call the ego. So we may be conscious at literally all times. We know now that syncope, when you pass out because of oxygen starvation, syncope correlates with very rich experiences. Major worldwide have found this out, and they play a very dangerous game called the choking game, in which they partly strangle themselves to induce what they describe as a psychedelic trip without a drug. And it's a very dangerous game, because if you do it alone, you may completely pass out and then be strangled to death, and that has happened to many teenagers. Or pilots undergoing G-force induced loss of consciousness. When they come around, if you ask them, so were you unconsciousness while you were unresponsive? They will report, and I quote, memorable dreams. It's just like us. We dream 4 or 5 times per night. When we wake up, often we don't remember anything. So what we call unconsciousness is either unresponsiveness or the lack of the memory of an experience, not necessarily the lack of the experience. Consciousness may be simple consciousness, not higher order mental functions like deliberation, planning, self-awareness. I don't mean that, but very simple subjectivity, raw subjectivity, I believe, is the foundational level of nature. It is the ground of everything that's going on. And matter is what mental processes look like from across the dissociative perspective.
We have another question for you from, let me just check, Devuti Devidasi. She's asking you, is neural networks very near to natural intelligence? Is intelligence different from understanding and experience?
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to make. It depends on how you use the words. Professor Ford used the word intelligence in a way that sort of implicitly folds into it conscious understanding and a form of awareness of the environment. That's valid so long as we know exactly what we mean by the terms. I prefer to reserve the word intelligence for an objectively measurable capability, something that can be measurable from the outside. And the term understanding and comprehension for phenomena of consciousness, of and in consciousness. Now, neuronal networks, when I was working with them, we had relatively poor equipment. Our machines were running at 200 megahertz. This was mid 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. We went to 500 megahertz. Rudimentary stuff. So we could build maybe 4-layer networks, 3-layer networks with very limited feedback loops embedded in them. And those networks were very good for pattern recognition. They were very good for recognizing, for instance, if a calorimeter has measured a Higgs boson or the decaying elements of the Higgs boson or just trivial electrons and jets. What's going on today is what's called deep learning, in which a network can have at least 5 layers. And the first 2 layers that we didn't have in the past automatically perform something that in my time we needed to do by hand, which is called feature extraction, which is extracting from the enormous volume of raw data the characteristics that are salient for discrimination. We had to do that by hand. Today, that's done automatically in these first 2 layers. It's called deep learning, and these networks have loads of feedback mechanisms. Their training and their performance is still largely a black box, although we have better visualization tools today. But it becomes less easy to categorically state that these networks are not intelligent at all, in the sense that I define, or that I use the word intelligence as clever information processing. They can do extraordinarily clever information processing. Some of them can do X-ray based diagnostics better than a physician. It is quite extraordinary what is possible today compared to what is possible when I was, green in this field of study in the mid-90s. If you extrapolate this, I think, and that's the danger, it will become easier and easier for the uninformed, average educated person to differentiate that intelligence, in the sense I use the word, from true comprehension, true understanding. And then you have totally nonsensical proposals put forward as by a philosopher in England whose name shall not be mentioned by me, who wrote entire books about the ethics of dealing with AI. I mean, these are people living in a fantasy world and creating smoke castles in that fantasy world. But technology will evolve in a direction that will make society more and more conducive to this kind of nonsense. And that's a point of concern.
Thank you, Dr. Ronaldo. We have another two questions. This one now is from Daniel Fernandez. He's asking you, on a societal level, do you see any reasons of concern about the effects of AI on our core subjectivity, or something like algorithms prevailing over human meta-consciousness?
Just to calibrate how long are we spending the answers? How long do I have still?
Krishna Keshava? I think, how long on these questions?
Srila Shanta Maharaj, what time would you like to start the panel discussion?
We can take another 10 minutes.
10 minutes to answer both questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'll do it quickly. The answer is yes. I'm very concerned because if we start regarding mechanisms, sophisticated mechanisms, but mechanisms nonetheless, which are only different from construction of pressure valves, they're smaller than the construction to produce the same kind of behavior. Insofar as we start perceiving these mechanisms as in any sense equivalent to ourselves, in any sense of significance, then we will what ologists call kenosis, an emptying out. In other words, we will make mechanisms of ourselves. We will start we already think of ourselves as, but the development of this technology and of the misunderstanding that intelligence is the same as conscious comprehension, will lead to an exacerbation of this kenosis, of this emptying out of ourselves. And I think that has dramatic consequences, not only for our individual psychic health, our sense of meaning, our sense of purpose, our sense of being valid parts of nature and not just a waste of solar energy. And it will also have deleterious effect, even at the geopolitical scale. It will be very easy to deny the humanity of our enemies, which we already do regularly. You know, military training schools aim at doing precisely this, because otherwise we don't shoot at the enemy. You know, the statistics of soldiers who actually aimed at their enemies when they were shooting during World War I is that barely above 20% of them try to kill their enemies, because it's so counter our nature to kill another human being. So military training involves sort of bypassing that fundamental instinct so you can be an effective soldier. If we start seeing mechanisms as our equals, this will just careen out of proportion. And I think it can have very dramatic consequences for our social lives, our culture, geopolitics, and certainly deleterious effects on our mental health, our sense of purpose and meaning, and self-validity.
Kanupriya Devi, are you there?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Apologies for that. So I'd just like to then ask the next question. Let's go back here. So this is the question now is from Princeton Bhaktivedanta Institute. They're asking you, Ronaldo, it is my understanding that you hold fundamental reality to be consciousness. Is the nature of that fundamental reality of consciousness non-dual, dual, dialectic, or something else? What is the relationship between consciousness and personality?
If consciousness is the one, not my consciousness, not your consciousness, not higher level mental functions like self-awareness, self-reflection, introspection, I don't mean any of that. I mean what philosophers call phenomenal consciousness, like pure, raw, simple awareness, the awareness of light and dark, for instance, without any higher level fundamental functions. I understand phenomenal consciousness to be this field that underlies all reality and of which we are part and the rest of the world is a part as well. That fundamental level of reality, because it's one, it's by definition non-dual. Dualism and dialecticism, Hegelian dialecticism at a social level, these are forms of expression of that foundational level of reality, in my view. Out of that one foundational level, the notion of the inside and the outside is created through dissociation. So that's a form of duality, the subject and the object outside. The object is a subject as well, but it's an object from your perspective as a dissociated outer of the whole. So dualism arises as an expression of that fundamental level through dissociation. Dialecticism at a social level is then just a higher level expression in this hierarchy of expressions of the foundational level of reality. And Hegel might have been right regarding the telos of society as a sort of a dialectic instrument for the absolute to know itself by proxy. You know, the absolute sort of splits itself into multiples, so it can dance a dance with itself and know something about itself that it otherwise could not. So Hegel may be right, and dialectic may exist, but it is not fundamental in the sense that it's an expression of that which in turn is fundamental. And if it's unique, it's one and not dual and not dialectic intrinsically. Dialecticism and duality are its expressions.
Thank you. And we have one more quick question. Amir Sindhudas would like to ask Dr. Bernardo a question regarding false multipliers. Would you like to ask your question, Amir Sindhudas?
What does he mean by force multipliers?
I don't know. Well, there he is. There he is.
Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for magnificent presentation. I just wanted to ask about the notion of AI and then the AGI, the notion of boosters, and then this idea, like to quote, for example, Dr. Ford mentioned earlier on about Alan Turing. There's a chap called Irving J. Good. He was a British mathematician. He was an associate of Alan Turing. And I suppose his most famous quote was that ultra-intelligent machines could design a better UI machine.
Oh.
Now, oh, thank you very much. Thank you. And the idea, I would paraphrase as quickly as possible. We could talk forever. But the question and notion of AI writing its own source code, and then the idea of the philosopher, the Australian philosopher David Chalmers, is that when AI outdoes HI, and all this idea of a feedback loop and the constantly upsmarting itself, blah, 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 woof, woof, woof. You understand all this. So the idea as well, then, what was his name? The coin of the phrase, the technological singularity, which is a sci-fi writer, Vendor Ving. But the notion then of these kind of cellular nanodrones, and Professor Ford last year also, we had most wonderful, where, for example, the ability of certain worms that exist in the canals, that they get a part of themselves cut off, but they are able to regenerate the cellular thing, and this notion of that holistic, how should I say, interdependency and it begins with the letter S. The synchronicity of the cellular experience within itself. So, in other words, then, like where AI goes to do things and with the program. Anyway, I just go into the. Please, could you just address
I can comment on it, yeah.
That notion of the force multipliers and to discount or
Yeah, so
whatever.
Werner Winch, he came up with the notion of the technological singularity. I think it was in '93. He wrote also about nanotechnology, but that's a separate thing, nanobots, and it's another vein in Winch's heritage, so to say. But the technological singularity was then later co-opted by Kurzweil in his 2005 book about the singularity, which is called The Singularity is Near. And the idea that Winch had and was co-opted by the transhumanist movement is, if you create a computer that can create the next AI more cleverly than you can, then that next AI will be created faster than you could have done it yourself, because computers operate much faster. And then that next AI will be able to create its own next version even faster than the previous one. So the speed of development will grow exponentially. And when it tends to infinity, there will be a kind of tech God. So that's the transhumanist movement's attempt to replace God and maintain a blatant form of religious faith in the context of an apparently secular approach to life. The religious impulse is so strong in people, they cannot get rid of it, even if they are completely secular, because they will project that back on technology. Now, so I think you can take that just as seriously as any religious myth. It's an expression of human psychology. It's not nothing. It's not nonsensical. But when it's expressed and meant to be literal, then you should take it with a whole bag of salt, not only a grain of salt. Something like an AI that can create a better version of itself than we can probably will happen. I don't think it's anywhere near. Kurzweil has predicted it for the 2040s. I think in the meantime, he has sort of pushed that forwards to the 2050s. But,
yeah, quantum computation.
That's total nonsense. Quantum computing is not generally applicable. Quantum computing, it only works at all for exhaustive search algorithms like the traveling salesman problem. So problems for which there is no computational shortcut to compute a solution. Problems that can only be solved by testing all possible alternatives and seeing which one works. Now, without a quantum computer, that would take longer than the age of the universe to solve these problems. With a quantum computer, you can solve that in finite time at great cost and complexity. But quantum computers are not AIs. They have absolutely nothing to do with the kind of computation required for AI. So the notion that quantum computers will speed up some form of AGI is based on an utter lack of understanding of what quantum computing actually is. So we can totally eliminate that. It's not contentious what I'm saying. Not even opponents of AGI will contest what I'm saying. But it is possible that at some point in the future, an AI will arise that can create a better version of itself than we can, but that will be very late, because although the advancements have been amazing over the past 2 decades, I know what it takes to create anything close to an AI, and there is no AI today that can come anywhere near that. So Kurzweil's extremely naive extrapolation of exponential curves ignores the fact that there are limits in nature, that exponentials do not last forever. Otherwise, we would be traveling close to the light speed today. If you consider that Concorde came out in the early 1960s, we'd be close to light speed, but we are not, because that exponential was not sustained. Now, if you draw an exponential from the Wright brothers to the Concorde, we would be close to the speed of light right now, but we are not, and the same will apply to AI. So it's not our children or our grandchildren, but it is conceivable that there will be something akin to a technological singularity in the future. There is no a priori reason I know of for us to discard that or refute that possibility in principle. It may be impossible in practice. We will only know when we try, and we are trying. But in principle, there is no a priori reason to refute that.
Thank you so much for your explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So I'd just like to thank Dr. Nishka Shantamaraj and Professor Brian Ford, Professor Butt, and Dr. Nardo Kastrup for all the wonderful presentations. And thank you for all your wonderful questions. I'll now hand you over to Krishna Kinkadas for the panel discussion.
Thank you, Kanapriya Didi. So the panel discussion is supposed to be, let me see, it was...
I think we will start with Professor Brian Ford. Like to say something then?
Well, I enjoyed Dr. Kastrup's presentation very much. It's only failings are the failings you would expect of somebody with his background, because people who work with computers have never seen what goes on inside living cells, or the way in which they work or adapt or talk to each other or communicate, and much more to the point, how they adapt the way they do it in the light of unforeseen circumstances. I have in the past shown at this very conference how a damaged algal cell can be repaired by the two cells alongside. Nobody ever realized that this happened, and certainly nobody ever has the slightest knowledge of how it can happen. How a cell which has never experienced anything before. After all, we were talking about a chain of rhodophyte cells growing one next to the other, like the carriages in the train, and one is cut in half with a needle, so the content is now lost. And yet the two cells next door managed to rebuild it and reconstruct it. And the point is that must be an unforeseeable circumstance, since the only place in the world in which a cell can be broken and still remain with the two parts close to each other is on a microscopist's slide in a laboratory. It can't happen in nature. If the cell has been snapped by being stepped on by a dinosaur, or dropped on by a stone, or swept away by a flood of water, the two broken ends will be meters, perhaps kilometers apart. The only place in the world where they can remain close is on that microscopist slide. So this is something which never in evolutionary terms any of these things have ever seen before. Yet these simple, and I use air quotes as I said, these simple algal cells are able to work out how to repair and rebuild and reconstitute to full life their next door neighbor. I mean, it is utterly inconceivable. The problem is, of course, that we're trying to conceive of humanity with humanity. And if you're going to understand something like the human brain, then you need to be something much greater than the human brain to understand it. And it isn't just a question of data or data processing. It isn't just a matter of digital automation. It's a matter of living, organic, natural intelligence. And I just wish people would stop trying to equate material constructions with the notion of living, intelligent organisms. It's always been a curious aspect of humanity. When people discovered nylon, they didn't celebrate nylon as an extensible tensile thread with extraordinary mechanical properties. It was called artificial silk. It's nothing like artificial silk. It was chemically different, physically different, it behaved in a different way. When laminated fiberboard was invented, they called it artificial wood. So it wasn't artificial wood, it was laminated. It had none of the characteristics of artificial wood. And as soon as they discovered that they could make computers back in the 60s, they were always called an artificial brain. It isn't an artificial brain, it's a real computer. It's not an artificial anything. And the whole functioning of organic systems is so entirely unrelated to anything that we have ever dreamt of in the digital world, the notion of a singularity is utterly bizarre. Singularity is only ever going to work if, in some way, you could create, and nobody could create it. The only thing that can create it is the living cell itself, a living being like another living being. There's no singularity. It's not as though computers are trying to approach us any more than scissors are trying to become human. Scissors can do things we can't, and computers can do things we can't. It's totally and utterly different. And the greatest mistake people make is wondering when they're going to approach us, wondering whether they will get better than us, wondering when they will get faster than us. That's like wondering when an aeroplane is going to be the same as a baby. They are not the same thing. And it is bizarre, irresponsible, and I may say ignorant, ever to think they might.
I'd like to thank Professor Ford for that very interesting, commentary. Actually, I read a news, some time back in Times of India, that they said that they make a dead frog, which was some thousands of years back, disappeared. So that frog, they make it alive. And I was very much interested to see what has happened. And I opened that news, then I found out, what they found out is that they found a frog, which they think that now does not exist. They taken from that fossil, the DNA, and they inserted that DNA into the present existing frogs, that nucleus. And they thought that, oh, we revived that frog again. So this type of ideas, synthetic life, artificial intelligence, and all this, stuff like artificial wood that you have given the example, they are using those terms to, what you can say, confuse or misguide the society, and especially the film industries, making up so many films on this, computers. That computers is doing this.
They're very lovable, those dear people.
So
I adore these gullible people. They happen all the time. Time and time again, people say they found that the trace of fossilized DNA. Well, hang on. If it is fossilized DNA, then by definition, it is not DNA. Since a fossil is now a mineral substitution process. DNA depends not just upon its alleles and the way they relate to each other, but the way that the electrons are moving around the system. It's a sort of a fluid, dynamic, vital system of movement. The moment that it is fossilized, then it's finished. You can, of course, freeze things and hold them in suspended animation. You can even dry things. The tardigrade, which has become quite well known in recent years, a little microscopic multicellular organism about 0.5 millimeter long. There are tardigrades on the moon. I bet you never knew that. A few years ago, the Israelis sent a space probe to the moon with tardigrades to see if they would survive the journey. But it misfired and it crashed and burst open on the lunar surface, scattering the little tardigrades. And I don't doubt that one day some spaceman will go and pick them up, or a spacewoman, possibly even by then a space child, and will pick them up, bring them back, drop them in some distilled water, and watch them come back to life. But there are, at this moment, tardigrades on the moon. And tardigrades can resist high levels of radiation. They can resist boiling. They can resist all sorts of circumstances that would normally exterminate life. But they still come back to life. But life is what they come back to, and life is inimitable.
Yes. And also, when we heard that somewhere in the Kuwait, or I don't remember which country, that given citizenship to a robot. You heard that news came up. So they given a citizenship to a robot. So they're trying to create some kind of image or some kind of misunderstanding in the community and society, so that people try to believe that robot is like almost like similar to living entity.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. So, but the question is
there's
that
an entire industry.
Yes,
there's an entire industry. I mean, I mentioned my book, Non-Science Returns. 50 years ago, when the original book came out, I warned that people were going to become opportunistic in science. Now science has become a business. And people exaggerate and wantonly exaggerate their research. They even mistake their findings, knowing that the public won't ever realize, that the grant-giving committee won't understand, and they'll get millions more to do it. I mean, I've done, as I'm sure some of you know, a lot of research on the early microscopes, on the microscopes at Leeuwenhoek in the 1600s, and painstakingly recreated how they were used and showed what you could see. Well, some dude in the Netherlands has just applied for a grant to do exactly that. He's going to basically reprise the research I did 40 years ago, and his grant is for $500,000. Just to repeat somebody else's work. But of course, the people who gave him the money don't understand it. It's all full of long scientific words. And they think, well, it might get us some publicity, so let's give him the money. But it would be very interesting. I don't know what Dr. Castro thinks of this. It would be quite interesting to try and imagine the proportion of what purports to be scientific research at the moment that is genuine scientific research. Most of it is what I call non-science or nonsense. It is research aimed not to try and nudge new knowledge from a recalcitrant universe. It is aimed at boosting your bank balance, increasing your fame, and giving you the chance to travel the world, whilst meanwhile blinding people with long words so they don't understand what you're doing and give you next year's grant. Now, I'd love to know what proportion of science going on is what I call real science, and how much of it is just basically, to be crude, conning money out of authorities.
I think, if I may, I think it's a tragically small proportion. We can mention concrete examples of this. The latest estimate is that 60% of papers in psychology cannot be replicated. There is a vast and overwhelming abuse of the p-value threshold for statistical significance. It's called p-value engineering. This is all over the place. The most preposterous, implausible hypotheses are defended when researchers collect enough statistics and apply enough filtering criteria to the data that they can get a p-value below 5 and they can claim, well, this is statistically significant. A very prominent one that is based on enormous grants is psychedelic neuroimaging, and there is a hypothesis put forward called the anthropic brain hypothesis. And what I'm going to say now is literally what the hypothesis is. The hypothesis is that although brain activity only reduces while you are having a psychedelic trip, you know, you're having the most rich experience of your life, the most intense, but your brain is effectively going to sleep. So they started trying to find something that does increase in the brain to account for the psychedelic experience. And what they found was that brain noise, which they call entropy, sort of misrepresenting information theory, that's not the equation between entropy and noise that was done in the beginnings of information theory, but never mind that. Brain noise increases by 0.005 in a scale from 0 to 100. And it is a negligible increase in a negligible variable, noise. Psychedelic experience is not noisy, it's highly structured, but it crossed the p-value, the threshold. So it's put forward with great fanfare as a tremendous scientific advance. And it's utter nonsense. If I may use the word, it's BS, it's complete BS. And there is more. In recent years, I don't know how many research groups have claimed to have found where memories are encoded in the brain. And, you know, grandiose press releases put out by universities, we have discovered the secret, we have found memories. And then you read some of these papers and they have absolutely nothing to do with memory storage. Like one that I remember is they discovered that if you watch a certain video, there are certain patterns of brain activity. But if you then are not watching the video and you remember the video, then they can measure the same pattern of brain activity, the same neurons sort of get activated. Oh, they discovered where memory is stored. Nonsense. Memory is how does your brain know to have the same pattern of neuronal activations when you are just remembering? Not that it has the same patterns of activation. that is old news. If the experience we call memory is similar to the experience of the original watching the video, of course, the patterns of activations will be the same. The question is, how does your brain know how to activate it in the same way? And that was published to great fanfare as the answer to the ultimate question of where memories are stored, while it says precisely nothing. Even researchers misportray their research, give interviews to the media saying the opposite of what the paper actually says. I have published critiques of this. So, but I agree with you. The moment we started, one, treating science as a profession like any other, and then putting all kinds of performance criteria and threatening professors and scientists with job termination if they don't meet those criteria, like a certain number of papers published. The moment we did that, we corrupted science. Scientists have to have tenure, unquestioned, untouched, unthreatened academic freedom. And they cannot be asked to meet yearly performance criteria that are measurable in a quantitative sense, because the great discoveries do not happen in this slow accumulation of scientific publications. Einstein had no publications when his 1905 paper came out. He was a clerk in the patent office. We forgot the Greek tradition of scholarship. We even forgot the medieval tradition of patronizing scholars. And I don't use the word patronizing in the modern sense, but in the sense of being a patron of an artist or a science during the Renaissance. So I think it's tragic what's happening.
You mentioned the proportion, 60% of papers that cannot be replicated in psychology. There's a just published survey on research in cancer, which you think would be as objective as you could get, as well as being well-funded. And 54% of findings in cancer research cannot be replicated. Not only that, but then you have plagiarism. And of course, particularly in Asia, plagiarism is overwhelmingly common. Interesting, India is the only country in the world where the academic authorities actually take action against plagiarists. If plagiarism is detected, then the supervisor in the department is censured. And if there's too much plagiarism, they lose their job. There's no other country in the world where they do that. In fact, most of Chinese research, 70 or 80%, they think, has been plagiarized from someone else. So it's become actually a business. That's what science has become, a business. And I rather wish I'd spoken to you before I wrote my book. Although I have to say that Nonsense Returns is the Bible for our modern era. And much of what you said, and I say this sincerely, Bernardo, much of what you said almost sounded like quotes from chapter 5. So the two of us clearly, although we're in different fields, have very similar conclusions. And I think anybody who is bright enough and intelligent enough just to look at the world of science around them is bound to draw similar conclusions. But never tell the public that we said so, or their grants might go away. And what would happen then?
I have something to
for the first time.
I have something to say about the memory that Bernardo was saying. The memory, the way it is, working in the programmed, machine, we can precisely locate where the memory is. But when we talk about memory of a organism or a human being, we don't have a precise location where we can find and edit it or delete that precise memory. So that aspect is many researchers they highlighted that aspect actually. So we can see a clear distinction here also, like you got a particular portion of the screen that recording in the tape to remove a particular time stamp of that portion, but we cannot do that in the living organism, such editing.
I doubt whether there is a specific place where memory resides. Although we always think that the brain is the active part of the body, the brain is where all the action is centered, but every cell in the body is acquiring and processing stimuli. The notion of living without a brain, I did put a link up to one of my papers. Yes, the human body can exist without a brain, and the human brain can exist without a body. The brain is a very useful component within our bodies. And the reason we have a brain, the reason that plants don't, is because, of course, plants don't move about, whereas humans do. And the real reason we have brains is to find a mate, to find a partner, to find food, and to find drink. That's basically the only reason that any of us ever had a brain. We have movement to control, and therefore you need a brain to regulate it. But every part of our body is sensate. Every part of our body has its own form of cognition, and every part of our body is communicating with the rest of us, a view which is very close to the ancient Vedic treaties in India. You know, when a pregnant woman suddenly says, I need marmalade and Vegemite or something, that's only because her cells have said to her, you're a little low on B vitamins, dear, you need to go and get some stuff. Brain hasn't done that. And of course, the brain has very little to do with most of what it is that we do. If you cut yourself and the cut will heal, well, that's not under the control of the brain or the central nervous system or hormones or anything else. The cells in your cut finger speak to themselves and say, oh dear, there's a cut. And they work out amongst themselves who is going to recreate the capillary plumbing, who is going to regenerate the stratum spinosum that brings the skin together, who is going to form the epithelium. And in fact, I had a very bad cut on my thumb. I cut it on a hedge trimmer, so it was actually slashed in the summer. And I simply put a plaster over it and took the plaster off 6 weeks later, and you'd hardly know there's anything wrong. And anybody who looked at it would say, wow, you must have had a clever doctor. No, I had clever cells. And that is what people fail all the time to realize. That's what we've got to get to grips with. And that's what nobody seems interested in. Well, I am, and that's a start.
It doesn't make as powerful a headline as the headline that we have found exactly where in the brain memories are located, like having found a computer file in an SD card socket somewhere inside your brain. This makes headlines. It plays into Netflix's theme in Broken Mirror, or that sci-fi, nonsensical sci-fi series that promotes artificial consciousness. And in the world of social media and competitiveness, it's about how many clicks you get. So principles are relegated to last priority in this. But on the story of memories, wasn't it Pilbram's research decades ago that showed that you have to slice away about 90% of a rat's brain before the rat cannot remember how to navigate a certain maze?
Yeah.
And even then, you cannot say that it's memory that's gone, because if you slice 90% of the rat's brain, well, probably some other cognitive functions and motor functions are gone as well. So the rat cannot walk the maze. Or recent research done in planaria, people taught planaria how to navigate a simple water maze to get to food. And the planaria would remember how to navigate that maze. And planaria are the only animals, I think, that you can slice off their entire brain. It's a very simple brain, a few hundred neurons. You can slice off their brains and they grow a new head with a new brain. And lo and behold, after you've done that, you eliminated the brain and they grew a new head, a new brain, they still remembered how to navigate the water maze to get to food. Or things that are considered too dangerous to touch by mainstream academia, but mainstream researchers come across it every day. I have a good friend, Neil Teese, the discoverer of the interstitium, the largest organ in the human body, which was discovered, I don't know, 5 years ago, maybe less. You probably read about it. Well, Neil is probably going to win the Nobel Prize in Medicine at some point. Knock on wood, I don't want to jinx him. But he is a liver pathologist. So he deals with transplant patients all the time. And he says, look, I don't know how this is possible, but the anecdotal evidence, his word for, well, there hasn't been a controlled study, but I see these patients all the time, every day for years. People's memories and tastes and dispositions seem to change when they get a new liver, and those changes are consistent with the donor. So there are many mysteries out there. Professor Ford, I am more aligned with your way of thinking than I let out. I mean, my first contact with your work was a short essay you wrote either for Scientific American or the New Scientist in 2010. The Power of the Single Cell, I think, was the name of...
Yes, New Scientist, that one was.
Yeah, and you talked about an amoeba capable of building a little shell for itself using mud particles. I was just flabbergasted by that. And I am more aligned with you about the intuition that there is a natural intuitive intelligence built into life. It may not have the ability to introspect or to think conceptually or to think symbolically like we do, but it's tremendously intelligent nonetheless. It's a spontaneous natural intelligence. I'm aligned with you there. The only thing is I live in an environment where I cannot say anything that I cannot explicitly and unambiguously substantiate, at least in principle. And I do not have a way to do that when it comes to natural spontaneous intelligence of all life, even single-celled organisms. It becomes an empirical question. I'm not versed enough with it to defend it that way. So I stick with the in principle questions, like, is it in principle possible that there is a technological singularity? Well, I cannot categorically refute that in any explicit, unambiguous way. So I remain open to that. But if you ask me, if a gun is put to my head and I have to tell what I really think, otherwise they will shoot me dead, then I think you are right. But don't tell anyone.
The same comment again. Yeah, we need to keep this ultra new.
I think we can give some time to the
I will
audience.
I will send you a link to my presentation subject.
Very much appreciated.
No, pleasure.
I would like to ask something.
Yes. So I think Chandar Khanna, he wants to ask, express something shortly. So we give him.
Thank you.
Chandar?
Thank you. I was just going to ask a very simple, not ask, I was just going to make a very simple comment. Thank you kindly and deep gratitude for attending 5 hours that I've been attending. I'm the only person on this panel who's not a scholar. But having said that, I have changed dramatically my perception. I used to have an angst against artificial intelligence, but now I'm much more tolerant, much more tolerant. The hubris of the, as Professor Ford said, of the young algorithm proponents of, it's their hubris is, let it be, let's indulge them. As Richard Feynman said, let me be more tolerant of questions that cannot be answered than the answers which simply will not be allowed to be questions. So we are nevertheless, all this angst that we have against them, whether it's the people of the pure fascination with pure mathematics being the answers to all reality, and the reality being something that cannot be understood. It is not known to those who think they know it. It is known to those who know they cannot know it. So we are evolving, we are gravitating slowly, gradually towards a consensus of the primacy of consciousness. And we also gravitating towards a non-computational, not pure mathematics, non-computational being part of the equation. And for that, I applaud. I applaud with all humbleness the most fascinating 5 hours. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
It's wonderful to hear you are so content with what you've heard. I know my own contribution can have only a minor facet of this sparkling jewel, but I would say that my preoccupations in life have never been to find answers to the unanswered questions. I am much more concerned by the questions that nobody troubles yet to ask.
Can you mention a couple?
Yeah, not in public. Well, all of them to do with, how can I put it? With the things that people think they believe, but which they actually don't. For example, if you look online, you will find everywhere that 20% of our oxygen comes from the Amazon rainforest. No oxygen comes to us from the Amazon rainforest. And indeed, if every aspect, if every burnable substance on and in the surface of the earth were burned, it would reduce the amount of oxygen in the air from about 20.9% to about 20.75%. So you wouldn't even notice the difference. You know, everybody insists that we need to get away from plastic bags and get those nice bags made of hemp and sisal. Sisal has almost entirely destroyed the rainforests of Madagascar for its production. The production of sisal is enormously polluting. The amount of energy that it involves is vast. The transportation costs it involves is far greater than plastic bags. And the fact that plastic doesn't degrade into carbon dioxide and water vapor is, in fact, it's saving grace and not its problem. I could go on, but most of the things that we think we believe in the modern world are simply the very opposite of the truth. And you just mentioned just now, Chanda, you mentioned social media. And no one has really awakened to the fact that within the last couple of years, democracy and government has actually disappeared. It was typified by the election of President Trump. But in the past, people would get their news from newspapers. You would read the Times of India, and if it said it in the Times of India, then it was probably true. But now attitudes to things like vaccination against COVID-19 are not governed by the news media. The youngsters, anybody under 40, won't bother to read newspapers. They'll rarely watch the television news. They get all their information from social media. Now, editors in the past, whether they were good or bad, were experienced. You didn't get to be appointed an editor until you'd shown that you were a good and competent journalist. You might be right-wing or left-wing, which everybody understood, but nonetheless, you were somehow a person of authority, a person of wisdom, a person who had gone through a long selection procedure before you ever became an actual editor. Now, any fool, if they attract enough interest online, becomes better than an editor. The people who are running the opinions and the knowledge of the young are the influencers. And influencers can be bought at 10 a penny. I mean, people buy influencers and tell them what to say. And that nuns what children believe. A large proportion of Americans won't have the vaccine, not because of any scientific reason or not because of any objective understanding, solely because of the drivel everywhere on social media. And in future, all of our knowledge and understanding is going to be gained by what's on social media, TikTok and Facebook, and not at all from what we have ever in the past understood as reputable news sources. You hear people online saying, well, if you believe something, make sure you research it properly. What 22-year-old has ever sat and researched something properly? He will read, if you have the vaccine, your penis will drop off, so he won't have the vaccine. He won't say, I wonder if it's true. And in fact, society, as we have known it, in the last couple of years, has finished. We're in a new era. It's never going to go back to normal, where the opinions of the young are all what they read on social media. It is the greatest retrospective revolution that we have ever seen, and nobody yet seems to have awoken to it. That's a question that others aren't asking, but which I quite like to ask myself.
And there's another aspect to it. I'm in complete agreement. There is another aspect that I think is even more subtle, maybe one of the questions we don't ask ourselves as well, which is that we have made refutations of bullshit banal, because there is a refutation for everything on social media, and those refutations often are not refutations at all. They are just as nonsensical as the thing that claims to have been refuted. So I admire your tolerance, Chandler, and the acceptance that you've expressed. I think that's a higher value. To a large extent, I'm jealous a little bit of that. It's not a place I've arrived at in my personal inner life. I'm still quite combative, and I think Western culture owes a lot to calling out bullshit for its historical development. That's what we have always done. Otherwise, Aristotle's biology would still be in vigor, and that was bullshit. He did a number of good things, but Aristotle bungled biology very, very severely. So I still feel the need to call out bullshit. The problem is that a legitimate calling out of bullshit now is drowned into a sea of nonsensical calling out of bullshit, like people saying that, the idea that the earth is not flat is bullshit. And there are lengthy online refutations for the idea that the earth is a sphere or a spheroid. And so if you call out bullshit, he will just be one more of those, and people will just, you know, neglect what you're saying or disregard it because you're just one more of those hysterical voices on social media saying that, you know, this scientific research is nonsensical, just like so many others say that scientific research on vaccines is nonsensical. So how do you navigate this now? Society has become hysterical. We've lost our references of reliability. Willingly, we've ignored those. There is no more respect for authority. You know, sometimes authority is false. An argument from authority is one of the classical logical fallacies. But sometimes somebody who spent 10 years researching something that you just heard about yesterday may know more than you. You know, and how do you call that if not authority? Well, it is, right? If you neglect authority, you're lost, you're unmoored, you're adrift in the ocean. And that's where we are today. I don't know how to solve this. Sometimes if I let myself be sucked into this, it almost brings me to despair. But as I age, I have developed an ability to sort of let go. You know, I do what I can, and I don't take responsibility for the end result. So if all goes to hell, too bad. I will know I will have done what I could.
I saw the other day, I was sent a wonderful meme to explain how social media works. And the person had written, I post, I prefer apples to oranges. And the answer comes back from some anonymous person, but you haven't even mentioned mangoes or pineapples. You make me sick. Get yourself educated. I'm literally quaking with fear here. I'm trembling with fright at your bias. Now, that's just a joke, but it's exactly how social media work. And of course, dare I use the word algorithms they wrote, deliberately prioritize the argumentative and trouble-causing comments in order to get people excited and involved. The more times they come back and click, the better you're doing. So you don't want to do them good. If doing them harm gets you more clicks, then do them harm is what you do. But
may I say something?
The overwhelming influence of social media and the loss, as you rightly say, the loss of respect for authority or even understanding that there might be objective news. The whole notion that science is simply subjective and who knows? Perhaps we should give equal credit to the fact that the Earth might be a dome or a triangle or a plane. Please.
Yeah, what I was trying to, say was that this particular discussion is about, artificial intelligence and natural intelligence. Now, talking about a lot of criticisms were also given to Aristotle and to others in this particular discussion. But when we talk about concepts and when we see how the results of our experiments and studies fit those concepts, then we find Aristotle has a lot of good contribution to make. For example, he given the concept of hylomorphism, that it is not possible to transform one form of species to another form. So he gives us concepts. And now in the fossil data also, a lot of these challenges are there. And then this concept of organic whole, like from one complete comes another complete. So we don't see any kind of reductionistic paradigm for living reality. Whereas for life always displays these organic concepts, like you have an egg, you have a chicken, it cannot be reduced to more simpler components. Life always comes as a complete and much more complex than just a bundle of chemicals. Plus it is intelligent, it is having consciousness, it is having perceptions, and all those qualities which we don't find in artificial things. And finally, I would like to say that, this concept of memory, when we say memory is usually like when there is some input to some kind of a machine and it records. And from that, if we can, that becomes a kind of a memory. But in the concept of recollection, which was given by, I think, Plato, he clearly said that when a teacher is teaching how to solve a problem to a student, he does not tell all the steps, he just gives hints. And the student can somehow solve the problem and he can understand it. So even though the student was not given the entire solution, but he was able to solve the problem. And this is an example of the statement that knowledge is much more fundamental, like the composition of the human or the personality is from knowledge, from truth, and from seeking satisfaction. That is the Vedic idea. So therefore, it seems that we need to focus on the realities of the objects that we want to study, rather than being dragged into some like controversies just to make for the sake of it. We should accept what is, what is coming out from those examples and how it fits different types of concepts, and we should accept those which are like the best concepts to which explains those observations. So what do you think about this?
Since Professor Ford is didn't come out, I'll try to speak around what you said. You brought many points up, so I'll just make some maybe incoherent commentary on a few of those points. I think what we call reductionism has gotten a bad press. In principle, to reduce something to another means only to explain one thing in terms of another. That's all it means. But it has come to mean, under the materialist or physicalist ethos, to reduce a whole to fundamentally separate interacting parts. But that's not really what reductionism in and of itself means. It's a particular form of reductionism, to reduce a holistic system into interacting but fundamentally separate parts. I think that is wrong. I think fundamental wholes cannot be explained in terms of the behavior of its proper parts. There may not even be a thing such as a proper part. I think a science that is often co-opted and abused, but I will cite it nonetheless, quantum mechanics has showed us that at a very fundamental level, entangled systems cannot be described in terms of the separate behavior of their parts. And there is very good reason to think that the universe is one entangled system. So I think that's wrong, but reductionism in and of itself, to explain one thing in terms of another, has been validated by 400 years of science. Another point that is often misunderstood is what science actually does. Science doesn't say anything directly about what things are. Science makes statements about how things behave, whatever they are, because that's what the scientific method equips us to do, to tell how nature behaves and to predict nature's behavior. Because experiments, that's the form of the answer that you get from an experiment. You ask nature a question: what will you do, Mrs. Nature, if I set up the following conditions? And then you run the experiment, you measure the result, and the result is what nature did in reply or as a reaction to your experimental conditions. So science tells us how nature behaves, and then you can infer what nature might or might not be based on the behavior, but that's an inferential step. That's a step of indirection. Science is about predicting nature's behavior. And the scientific stories about what nature is are convenient fictions. For instance, when Newton tried to explain gravity by talking of an invisible force that acts instantaneously between bodies and at a distance, that was a convenient fiction, because you could think of nature's behavior in terms of that force, that invisible force existing. Now, it took the French 50 years to stop laughing at Newton's mysticism about, invisible forces acting at a distance, but it was a convenient fiction that worked for practical purposes. It was operationally useful. In other words, nature behaved as though such an invisible force existed, and that's all you need to make good predictions and call your theories scientifically confirmed. Today, we have different convenient fictions. Today, we have a space-time fabric that can bend and twist, be stretched, be compressed. That's Einstein's convenient fiction. Or we have the convenient fiction of elementary subatomic particles. If you think we have ever seen a Higgs boson or even measured a Higgs boson directly, you don't know what was going on. The Higgs boson decays before it can ever interact with measurement equipment. What we measure are the footprints of the Higgs boson, the trash into which it decays. and we inferred that there was such a thing as a Higgs boson. It's a convenient fiction. It helps us think about nature in those terms. But convenient fictions always change. They are always provisory. They are always tentative. They serve a purpose for a certain period of time. Then our knowledge evolves to a degree of sophistication in which those convenient were intuitive or they don't fit the data. So we look for different convenient fictions. So now we talk about hyperdimensional brains in M theory. We talk about time arising from microscopic quantum level processes in loop quantum gravity. We always have convenient fictions and they are useful. We need them. The problem is that we mix them with a statement about what nature actually is. And science has very little to say about what nature actually is. It only has something to say, and that's very important, it enables all of technology. It has something to say about nature behaves, and then convenient fictions are useful for us to think of nature in terms of those fictions. So we can sort of get some kind of cognitive closure, but
I think that's
they
a
are
good
just
point.
convenient fictions.
I think that's a good observation you are making. And that's why some of our, our masters used to say, what we need to incorporate in science is the culture of humility. That we should not say more than what we can say about science. So when we try to, for example, explain life in terms of just chemical interactions, it sort of becomes a non-humility because we have not explained life as a result of chemical reactions. So if this scientific culture of humility comes in, then that will be, it seems, very good for the progress of the thought process of the scientist. Just as for any spiritual tradition, humility is the backbone or foundation. That I don't know, the idea of Socrates, who said that the only thing I know is I don't know anything. This type of conception, when will scientists be able to realize such humility?
Yeah, it's something that is known to hardcore scientists in the front lines and is not known by the self-appointed spokespeople of science. But when Fabiola Gianotti, who today is the Director General of CERN and was the Director General in 2012 when the Higgs boson discovery was announced, when there was a plenary meeting at CERN, and there was a lot of speculation that Fabiola would announce finally the discovery of the Higgs, but very few people knew for sure. The room was packed full, and Fabiola, for half an hour, she presented dozens of slides as an introduction to prepare part of the talk in which she would end up revealing that we discovered, we've proven the Higgs boson, 1 chance to a million. But she built up that story slowly, and the whole room was anxious, like, get to the point, just tell us, do we have the statistics or do we not? When she finally got to the point where she would show the slide, she stopped speaking and she just flashed the slide. And the entire room erupted in applause. I mean, people like me who were working at this thing from the beginning of the Atlas project, at the beginning of the LHC project in 1994, for us, it was like the completion of what used to be our life's mission. So it was a great eruption of applause and screaming and cheering. Fabiola couldn't speak anymore. Now, what was that slide that she showed? It was a histogram, complete abstraction. And there was a bump in that histogram that should not have been there if the Higgs boson didn't exist. And we could exclude the possibility that that bump would be just because of stochastic or noise or just by chance, with a 3 sigma confidence, 1 in a million that could be attributed to chance. That's the Higgs boson, an anomalous bump in a histogram, a little line on a graph. So that's what I mean by we forget that we are dealing with convenient fictions, explanatory models that help us get a grip on nature's behavior, but tell us surprisingly little, not nothing, but surprisingly little about what is actually happening, what nature actually is. And the scientists in front lines know that, but the rest of them and the scientists and the science spokespeople and the culture at large, they think we discovered the God particle.
You see, I think this is
between reality and popular.
This is an interesting discussion. What happened in the life of many great scientists, when they express certain ideas, then the rest of the community became somewhat hostile, often many times. One example is in the life of Julian Schwinger, when he was talking about certain ideas like cold fusion and other things, and few more other types of experiments. Then what happened? A lot of people in the nuclear physics community called him crazy. Then he told, in one of his replies in letters, he told that when they told him if any nuclear physicist believes that, then he said, I am a nuclear physicist and I'm saying like this, then why you do like this to me? So he wrote few books, and in that he wrote that if they don't come to you, like come to accept you, then you just beat them. So that was his mood after that. So I mean, many frontline scientists have been experienced that type of and that is all happening because we are all having a particular point of views, and we think that point of view is like the complete truth. But when another person
I cannot hear him anymore. I don't know whether.
Sorry, there was some big sound here. So so that scientist. So what happens? We are talking from particular point of views according to our upbringing, lessons, cultural backgrounds, and whatever. But the holistic, the complete view may not be like what I have observed from my own angles of vision. So we must accept that we as human beings need some kind of help from a more conceptual concepts, because our concepts are not sufficient to deal with even I would say particles or waves that we study in quantum theory. We are not able to solve quantum gravity. So then lots of problems we have. Then why we claim that all of a sudden that we can explain consciousness in terms of quantum theory, or we can explain biology in terms of chemical concepts, so which since ages the philosophers have denied, and some of them are very important philosophers. So is it not that today again we have become like something like the sophists of the time of Socrates, that we are just arguing for the argument's sake and not for the truth's sake?
Professor Ford, do you want to comment on it?
Not on that, but I did want to comment on the question of reductionism. Dr. Castro is quite correct to advocate reductionism as an important tool within science. And I may say we were discussing, remember, things like social media, because they are the product of what they call AI and the algorithms on which artificial intelligence is predicated. But the problem with reductionism is that it has come to the fore. It is as though you have a sample of ink on paper, and the analogy I've used in the past is that you bring your microscope to bear on the sample of ink, and later you analyze it, and you pull out the analytical spectrum. You put it under an IR spectroscope, and the full later you might even get it under the electron microscope and see the way in which the atoms fit together to form the molecules that comprise the ink. Well, what I do is the opposite. When I see that ink on the paper, I pull my view out, not in, because we are stuck with this reductionist imperative, and nobody looks at the bigger view. I come out rather than go in, and I suddenly realize that ink on the paper is actually a symphony by Beethoven. This is a printed score. So I settle back and listen to the music whilst everybody else is looking at the ink. And the problem is not that reductionism is good or bad, that reductionism is all. And that, from my point of view, is an overwhelming consideration. And we really need, for instance, people always want electron microscopes with higher and higher magnification. Most of my work is done with microscopes that magnify about 150 times. So that's where you can see entire cells talking to each other and communicating and living their little lives. I'm not bothered about what's going on inside their mitochondria. I couldn't give a stuff for what's inside the DNA of their genes. I want to know what they are doing. You might as well think that you can study avian sociology by looking at a sliced chicken sandwich. You might just as well think that you are going to understand mammalian interaction by putting a piece of bacon under a magnifying glass. I want to see entire life going on, not little bits of it. And sadly, I seem to be one of the few people who adopts this sort of anti-reductionist point of view.
I agree entirely with that, unreservedly. I would just call it a particular form of reductionism, reducing wholes into smaller parts. That's one form, but you can reduce systems to bigger wholes. That's also a form of reduction in the sense that you explain a system in terms of something other than the system and of which the system may be a part. But the reductionist, the kind of reductionism you're describing, I agree entirely. It's nonsensical. It's like trying to explain Cologne's cathedral by drawing histograms of how many bricks of which type compose it. You leave out Cologne's cathedral if you do that, because Cologne's cathedral is precisely about how those bricks come together, their harmony of the composition, the architectural composition, and the atmosphere that is created when you bring those bricks together in a certain way. So we need to reawaken our sensitivity for what wholes tell us about nature. Another thing, a very common assumption in modern science, which is utterly unjustified and in fact contradicted by science itself, is the notion that all salient laws of nature are already at work at the microscopic level. In other words, that all laws of nature ultimately are the laws of microscopic quantum systems. That's an enormous assumption. There can be organizational principles, fundamental organizational principles in nature that only kick in in larger systems, that only kick in at certain levels of complexity, to say. But we assume for some reason that that cannot be true, that all the salient laws of nature are the laws that apply to fundamental subatomic particles. This is an entirely arbitrary assumption because we have never run an experiment that could prove this, or at least indicate this, since making experiments with larger complex systems is rather impossible, since you can't control their conditions fully. They don't fit into a laboratory. So there could be organizational principles in nature that only kick in at the level of organisms, at the level of societies, at the level of galaxies, and which are irreducible, in other words, not explainable in terms of microscopic quantum regularities. But we assume that everything that exists can be reduced to these regularities that apply at the elementary microscopic level. This is fully arbitrary. Maybe nature is so, maybe, but there is no good reason to declare that it is so at this point.
It's one of those unasked.
There you go.
Yeah, one more thing I would like to add here. See, one of the most important ingredient of nature is the process of thinking. So everything requires thinking, is inherent in everything. When you talk about atoms, molecules, quantum system, whatever, it kind of thinking is going on, and that thought is producing those concepts of atoms and molecules. So, but it seems in all of these discussions that thought has been neglected the most. The most simplest reality has been neglected in the constitution of the reality. So like Immanuel Kant's idea of thought is like the thought and think, like they're like, there's a kind of impenetrable. But in the idea of some other philosophers like Hegel, the thought can overcome what is that? The thing and thought, that is those kinds of ideas it can overcome. Can you hear me?
Back, he can start recording. Okay.
So
Okay.
my point was only this thing.
I think both Professor Ford and I think we need to leave. We're supposed to be in another call already for 1 minute.
Sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for your inputs, and I'm very thankful to both of you.
Thank you very much for having me and for having us.
Thank you.
Right, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. See you soon.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent afternoon. Thank you so much. I hope you will be here tomorrow.
No, not tomorrow. No, but I'll be here in time. At some point, I'll come back.
Oh, excellent. There are so many things I wish to talk to you about as well. And here's a quick one for you, okay?
I don't know what you mean.
Analog, digital.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you can analyze on a sine wave. You can see a sine wave, and there's a digital representation, yeah? Whereas, there's a sinodal wave, yeah? Analog. You can you put a couple of volts AC to a transistor, you get the semiconductor conducting, yeah? Digital, give me a break. Impossible.
We explore this in the next opportunity. Thank
Please.
you, everybody. Have a good end of the evening for you, or the day, whatever you are. Take care. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Maharaj, may we hear from you some concluding words?
Yes. I think in a very different way than which the others were speaking. So I didn't want to interrupt, really, and confuse anyone. The topic of the panel discussion was the what was that? How to explain what is beyond the mechanical description of life? Is that the correct topic?
Yes. Yes, Maharaj. Yes.
How to explain life beyond the mechanical conception. So that was the topic of, supposed to be the topic of discussion. We got into many other things, which are also very interesting. But I would like to address that topic specifically. If I don't want to take everyone's time now because it's almost the end of the conference. And I consider the most fundamental and most central topic to be what philosophers have established since the time of Aristotle, actually, and also in Vedic times. And that is the concept of purpose. Aristotle called it final cause. And he attributed there were four aspects of force or explanation, one of which was the final cause or the actual purpose of a thing. We speak of existence, but existence has a purpose, which is not generally discussed or explained by science. So what is the purpose? We don't, if we say everything exists, what is the purpose for that existence? Why do they exist? What is it? What are they doing? Now, Aristotle said that was a very important part of understanding what things are, or what existence is, or what reality is. Without understanding that dimension, then we don't really or properly understand things. And in that book that we published, the Idols of the Mind, this was a central point, that the blind men, when they are touching the elephant without knowing what it was, were not able to properly define the various parts that they touched, the various parts of the whole. So without understanding the whole, the parts actually can't make any sense whatsoever. And that an analyzation method, the method of analyzing things, does take the parts as separate identities, independent of the whole. It doesn't concern itself with the whole, but only with the individual parts. That's what reductionism does. And mechanism means that it only regards the things of reality or the world as interacting with each other in an immediate way and in an arbitrary way. In other words, as happenings, mere happenings. Doesn't explain the necessity, any necessity between the happenings of the various interactions and actions of the things of the world. It doesn't concern itself with that, except in terms of laws, which are formalizations of what happens after the fact. Now, law means necessity. So there is necessity in the scientific worldview in terms of what we call laws, but those laws are posited, we might say de facto, without explaining exactly how they come from, but only in terms of what correlates with the data. For instance, when a star moves from here to here to here to here to here every night, we trace out the arc that the movement of the stars produces, and we attach a curve to that, which we calculate mathematically, or we explain mathematically, and that's it. That is our law, the law of motion. However, that doesn't explain motion. It doesn't explain why the stars move that way. So this kind of formalistic necessity is not real necessity, actual necessity. And yeah, I don't want to get too confusing. It is a very deep subject. But the point is that if we want to be truly philosophical in our understanding of things, we have to take what the philosophers have already established as essential points of consideration. And this idea of purpose or final end, or whatever you want to call it, is a central topic of philosophy since the time of Aristotle. And in a very important study that Immanuel Kant made so many thousands of years later, a couple of thousand years later, is that the feature that distinguishes life from matter is called Naturzweck. They call it Naturzweck, which means a purpose, a natural purpose. That life has as its fundamental principle purposefulness. Now, that is also called in philosophy teleology, that there is an end that things tend toward. And it's not merely a mechanical end, but it's an end that's contained in potential at the beginning. The whole potential for what is to come is already contained in the beginning, and then it manifests itself in the end. Now, science deals with cause-effect. Instead of purpose, they call it cause-effect. That something causes something else, and they try to explain things in that way. But it's not merely a cause-effect mechanical kind of relationship. It's more a rational type of cause. Rational cause means a logical necessity is involved. Reason means rational necessity. You can say what caused this, or why this happened because, you can say. But that because doesn't only mean cause-effect. That because means why. What reason? So reason and cause are related. In the mechanical conception of reason, we call it cause. But in the logical, conceptual, philosophical sense, cause is actually the reason or rationality. And what Vedanta has also explained is that reality is not only some material, irrational substance that is happening from time to time in different configurations, but that the reality is rational. This is the foundation of science. The reality is itself rational. The rational means the real, and the real means the rational. Now, if that's the case, and this the Greeks understood also, Anaxagoras said that reason rules the world, or nous rules the world. That if the case is that actuality is actually rational, and reality is rational, and the rational is real, then we are living within a rational substance, and we can call that God. And everything has a purpose within that rational reality or reason, and it's explained in the Vedas what that is. That we are servants of God. That we have as our purpose for existence to please God, to be happy, blissful, ecstatic, and full of knowledge, and eternal in that existence. And there's not merely something to be analyzed and understood and utilized for other purposes. But ultimately, everything is purposeful, and this purpose, scientists that came and the philosophers that came, they were talking about intelligence, how difficult it is to understand what that intelligence is. But if we recognize that everything has a purpose, that means it has a potential and it has a fulfillment, has an end, an aim, then we can recognize that there is some kind of directed movement. We can call it intelligence, but it's actually something more fundamental than that. It's something we can call reason. There is reason in everything. And that's why it appears to be intelligent to us. The intelligence is merely a superficial way of seeing what is in actuality the reason inherent in things. And the reason inherent in things is that because the reality of which those things are part is also rational. And therefore, Vedas speak of Krishna, a rational, personal being. Personal being means a rational person who can think, has reason, feeling, so many other things. So these are all tied together, and without that theistic view, it's very difficult to understand what is the reality of which we are part when we can't connect that reality with reason, with personality. It will be impossible to understand. According to Veda, this is the fact. So these points, I think, were not addressed. And although what they had to say is also very interesting, what you all contributed to, that was also very much appreciated. But my focus is more on purpose. What is purpose and how purpose rules the whole conception of reality, of science, of religion, everything. And that life is fundamentally purposeful, as Kant has concluded, and Hegel and other philosophers have agreed. And like I said, this is something that we find all the way back to Aristotle and before that in the Vedic culture. Sarva karana karanam. There is something that is cause and cause. And that is God, that is Krishna. And that is called reason. Anyhow, there's a deep topic, a broad topic. I didn't want to get into all of that because I think that would have passed what everyone wanted to say. And we wanted everyone to have something and a chance with this conference to express their views, express their thoughts and their feelings, and to discuss them with one another. My humble obeisances to you all.
Wonderful, Maharaj. We try to make some humble offering on your holy appearance day.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate it.
Maharaj, thank you so much for the opportunity.
Daniel, thank you very much for joining us.